Alexa off. All right. What am I doing today? I am getting ready to take this Subaru and do some Car Wars work on it. Now, I could use power drill, but that's very loud. It says I'm live. So I'll use my hand drills. And the first thing I have to do, and you guys all know this because you've probably seen there's a guy out there that does nothing but gas lines, and his stuff is amazing. Okay, this is wild. A lot of times these tabs are plastic, but these ones are metal. How you doing, a crafting gamer? What is up with you? How is your life? I hope you're doing wonderful, sir. It is a Tuesday, a wonderful Tuesday. Found some stuff. Good morning, Bubba. How you doing, homie? Hope everything's good over there in, if I remember correctly, West Virginia. You know what's weird about the song West Virginia? Zdrovo. Oh geez. Damn it. I just was learning how to say how are you in Russian. I know it in Greek. It's like essay essay dull or something like that is good morning or good afternoon or how are you in Greek. Greek for some reason seems a little bit Ashland, Kentucky. Well, somebody that I chat with is in West Virginia, so you're in Ashland, Kentucky. Nice. I don't know. I'm half tempted, guys, to invest in the 2-player starter kit for the Port Royale game, the Blood and Plunder or whatever. Have you guys seen that kit? It comes with like 24 18th century pirates, multi-part, and 2 28mm sloops. So, I mean, they're not giant ships, they're sloops, you know. And you know the rules and everything like that. And apparently it plays with 10-sided die, but it's a campaign game, so the you know the games all can link together, and your characters can gain more XP, and there's like tons of different groups you can play. You can play like the it's almost like the Pirates computer game, but a skirmish game. You can play the Dutch, you can play the English, you can play Spaniards, you can play pirates, you can even play the Carib Indians. Uh, you know, you can play like pretty much all these different groups. So, and I was looking at it and I was like, that could definitely go on my Christmas list. And for everything you get, it's actually kind of dirt cheap. You know, it's like, I mean, 28mm boats, bunch of miniatures, rules, punch out cardboard buildings and terrains, a 3x3 mat for terrain that's part ocean, part land. I don't know if that's one side's one and one side's the other, or if it's whatever. You know, but regardless, it's like, and that's for under $100. I mean, That would be the equivalent of a Games Workshop game coming with 24 minis, 2 vehicles, punch out terrain, and all the rules you need to play the game in a box for $100. And that hasn't been a thing since the late 90s. You know what I'm saying? So this Blood and Plunder, Port Royale whole thing. Plus, I mean, come on, we all love to play Sid Meier's Pirates. I mean, rarely do you run into somebody that's like, nah, I hated that game. It's like most of the people you run into who ever did actually play Sid Meier's Pirates, whether the old one or the new one, they're going to tell you, yeah, that was a pretty good game. You know, sailing around the Caribbean, trying to get a better boat, looking for treasure, raiding enemy cities, whatever, right? So I'm all like, and I have a film that my brother would be down too. And he will be down in a couple weeks. So, of course, I still got so much stuff to do here anyway with, you know, the Saga armies we're going to play. We're going to do a little skirmish that's going to be based on the Battle of Golgotha. So, Alexander and crew versus Darius. And I'm working on the miniature of Darius on foot, but I've already got the Darius on chariot. And I've also got a couple of elephants I need to work on. And probably, if I get some more resin, I need to print up some more chariots. But instead of putting Darius in them, just putting warriors in them, because the Persians loved chariots, and so did the Egyptians. So, yeah, where I am, if I go to the top of my mountain, I can see the mountains all around me. I can't see any towns. I just see mountains, forests. But I live just on the easternmost side of the Daniel Boone National Forest. That's where I live now. You know, so when I say I live in the wilderness, I mean it. I live in the wilderness of Kentucky, as wilderness as you can get. Like my nearest neighbor in the town I live in, which has way less than 1,000 people, is still a mile away, almost half a mile at least, you know? And the good news is if I want to go out on my back porch and fire, you know, a magazine of out of my Glock or something up there, no one even asks a question about it, you know? It's like, yeah, no one's even gonna blink, you know? It's just like the way it is. But yeah, we kind of moved a little bit from the east to the not center, but closer to the center, but still in the mountains. If you know where Black Mountain is, which is the tallest mountain in Kentucky, my family, yeah. We live not very far from Black Mountain. So, which used to be a state park, but then people kept getting killed there, so they stopped the whole state park thing. And now it's like a enter at your own risk thing. Bubba, how are your games going? I mean, sometimes I think I forget this is a gaming channel. So how are your games going? What's going on with all that? I will start by saying my One Ring game went very well. And most of the players liked it. So there you go. There were a couple players that were a little confused at first about the dice. and all the different ways you can. Oh, there he is. How are you doing, Bubba?
Fine. This would be easier than me just topping.
I think it would. Plus, it's more exciting for me.
Yeah, I'm up to 6 and 7 players in each game now.
How many games?
2. I'm playing in one on Thursdays. I get to be a player now, so I jumped into a Thursday night game. So I'm running Dragon Slayer Highfill on Mondays.
Nice.
And I'm still finishing my old school Essentials game with the Dwarves, the Dwarf campaign using Dark Citadel. It's still plugging along. So we're going to go its full length until they wipe or win with old school Essentials. Then we'll switch over to Dragon Slayer. We've got times on that game.
I mean, then, you like Dragon Slayer that much that you're...
Yeah.
Okay.
Gillespie's rules parallel how I run games anyway, except for the order of action thing, which the players actually prefer over declaring all actions before you roll dice.
Right.
They prefer to just go one after another and do their 2 actions, and I found that it's very fluid. Actually, I think Matt ran his game like that when we played Lamentations, to be honest. I've seen a lot of old school guys run their initiative like that, but I've always been a declare all your shit up front, and that's how it is, and then just adjudicate. But the players tend to really prefer the order of action, which is more fluid. It hasn't bit them in the ass yet with monsters, but it will.
Well, I mean, it's like... I'm sure Gary Gygax had a reason to do what he did, but I don't know what that reason was.
Oh, but BX did that. Actually, I don't remember if you had to declare all actions in AD&D. It's been so long since I actually ran AD&D.
Yeah, I think you do.
Yeah. And I prefer the retro clones because they're a little bit more stripped down of all the extra clutter in AD&D.
Right.
I do like that. But I always refer back. Even when I run AD&D lot, I refer back to Dragon Magazine. I refer back to Dragon's Foot Forms. I refer back to the DMG to clear my head on AD&D like games like Dragon Slayer or Labyrinth Lord. But as I play Dragon Slayer, dude, it is the spiritual successor to Labyrinth Lord. It has that feel, so I like it a lot.
Yeah, Labyrinth Lord was the first. Oh, there they are. I've been looking for these Persians forever, and they're right here. I can finally freaking rest.
No.
Because that's been eating my brain up. Yeah, Labyrinth Lord was my first OSR game.
Yeah, that's where I discovered your channel when I was looking up on Labyrinth Lord. You were doing all those videos with that Rusky hat on.
Oh, yeah, I was wearing my fire hat. I still got like 3 of them.
Yeah. That's a long time ago.
Like, I mean, you can't see because of the new camera angle.
Yeah.
But I've also got my fire helmet over there, too. Because when I retired, they gave me my helmet. So.
They should.
So, yeah. Labyrinth Lord was my first introduction to, I guess, what people are. See, back then I didn't know really what the OSR was.
I think it was fledgling. I think the only other retro clone before it was Osric. Did Osric come out before Labyrinth Lord? I don't remember.
I do know that the guy who wrote Labyrinth Lord worked on Osric.
Yeah. I think Osric actually predates it.
Starts with a P.
Proctor.
He worked on both.
He went nuts, dude. I don't know what his problem. He went kind of nuts. That's one of the reasons I won't just run Labyrinth Lord, because the guy that wrote it such a whack job, you know. He got the yes bad.
I mean, I had heard he was going to come out with a 2nd edition Labyrinth Lord. Dude,
I saw it, and it was a little bit more modern gamey, and the layouts were beautiful, and I think it just stalled and died. The people who would have bought it jumped on the Dragon Slayer or scattered to the winds. Probably why he's got such a burr in his ass about Gillespie. Who knows? So many egos in the hobby, dude. It's all egos. It's like when campaigns fail, it's not a particular reason. It's usually a personality conflict. And now you see all these personality conflicts with people in their villain arcs and just being dicks.
Yeah, well, that's too bad because I really did like Labyrinth Lord a lot.
Yeah, I like Dragon Slayer. I'm digging it, and I guess I found an even smaller niche of the hobby to hang out with. So I'm fine with that. But everybody's like, no one's going to be playing it. There's no need for it, and I'm like, dude, my table just doubled in size on 2 days a week. So
well, I mean, yeah, that's so stupid because you're always going to find someone that's willing to play whatever is being ran.
Yeah, I'm really picky about systems, though.
Players are not as picky about the system as I think some people think they might be. You know, a lot of guys just want to play a role-playing game where they can play an elf or a dwarf or something and go kill stuff and get treasure.
Yeah, I don't want to play demi-humans. They get all weirded out that the system even has demi-humans. I'm like, what? Okay.
And Dragon Slayer is a really good game for people who just want to, do basic D&D type shit. Run around and get involved in dungeons. And I mean, I own it. I bought it. Even though I said I wasn't going to, I did. But why would I buy it?
Getting it for me for Christmas. I just printed it out and put it in a 3-ring binder. Everybody complaining about the price of the book. I'm like, it's black and white line art. It's very printable. So I just put it in a 3-ring binder.
Yeah, my issue was not the cost, but the fact that I've invested so heavily into old school essentials that I was just like, is this actually better than OSE? But
yeah, it rhymes. It's very similar. They're very similar in how they slightly on how they approach certain rules. It's very minor differences in my opinion. Right. I think OSE's got more classes. It does. It definitely has more classes and races than Dragon Slayer does.
Well, in the end, I just decided I would invest the money just to support Gillespie. Because I own Barrowmaze Complete or whatever.
Yeah, I got that.
I love it.
I love all this stuff. We're running I'm running Highfell. I've run Barrowmaze several times. I've never run Drell Deep or Caverns Archaea, but I get to play in Caverns Archaea starting on Thursday. And I made a fighter. I'm making a Polearm fighter, and then no one else made a fighter for me to support. So I make a support fighter, and there's not another single fighter in the party. I'm like, uh-oh. I'm going to be shoving that ranger up front.
How you doing, Mr. Anderson? You have changed your thing again, but we're talking about role-playing game Dragonbane.
Dragon Slayer.
Or Dragon Slayer. Yeah, Dragon Slayer. We're talking about Dragon Slayer. And I was just saying that I bought the book just to show support to Gillespie because, whether I'm going to use it or not, a good creator deserves a little money.
Yeah. Plus, he wears the denim tuxedo to cons, dude. You gotta give the man props for wearing the denim tuxedo.
Is he Canadian?
Yeah, he's a Canadian professor. He's one of the few academics that's not like a condescending prick. That's refreshing.
I was gonna say because Canadians love their denim.
He does. He wears a cutoff denim vest with like all those the OSR patches that resemble metal stuff. You're like, man, that guy was totally a metalhead in school.
Well, I can't talk shit. A lot of times I'm walking around the house in my Russian tuxedo. So,
dude, I just wear my pajamas more than anything else. If I'm not leaving the house, I gotta I got an old T-shirt that's falling apart and got paint all over it, and cut off sweats or my fuzzy pants I got on today.
Yeah, I own like 7 sets of Adidas tracksuits.
That's Slav in you, man. What the hell?
And I've got my Adidas shoes, black with white stripes all the way. So, hey, Jose, I'm going to be doing another video on Destiny, and it will be a better one than the last one I did. So look for that. I've been putting together the scripts and everything for that. So if Destiny is your thing, having now had it for a couple years, I'm going to put a video out. Spoiler alert, it's going to be good as far as my opinion of Destiny. It just continues to get freaking, oh, you're getting your miniatures today. Great. Yeah, it's like the more I read it, the more I play around with it, actually, the more I like it. You know, even the stuff I didn't like the last time I made the video, most of those things I now like. So, yeah, I like Destiny a lot. It is by and far, beyond a shadow of a doubt, my favorite MechWarrior game ever. And I was even talking about with Raven how Destiny is such a good system. You don't even need miniatures to run that game. You know, even though it's a MechWarrior game and maybe you're playing with a group of MechWarriors, you don't even really need miniatures to run the game. You just need a piece of paper to write down where they are and where the enemy are. And, you know, just so people kind of in their memory. So you play it like D&D. You can play it like you would D&D, completely theater of the mind, no miniatures, if you want, you know. Or you can play with miniatures, whatever you want. I mean, it's... Now, the only thing is, if they ever put out a second edition, I want them to change how they do XP and separate XP from money. Because my players, myself, we like keeping track of how many C-bills people got so that they know what they can buy.
Yeah.
And there's been this thing. They did it in Against the Dark Master where they try to... They do it in One Ring, kind of, sort of. They try to, like... What's it called? I guess simplify would be the word. Wealth. And the problem is most people want the wealth to be like, they want to keep track of their freaking copper pieces.
Yeah.
Or C-bills or whatever. So we never come up with the idea of, let's make this simple so that the players just have a number, you know, that says how much wealth they have. That's just dumb.
Fast Rip does that, and Wretched does it. I don't like the Wretched Bastards does the GP for XP, and then all their other systems are a resource roll.
See, I don't mind GP for XP if I'm playing D&D, and you get 1 XP for every gold piece you recover.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like fans. I do my fans.
You don't know how many gold pieces you have. In this game, at the end of a battle, you gain XP. And you can use your XP to repair damage on your mech, to buy new equipment, or to increase your character.
I'd rather go back and keep XP and C-bills separate. C-bills are your salvage, man. Because you could have mech warriors who aren't that experienced, but they're really good at making money. And
right, and I think that is
stocks in good machines.
Right, and I think that is the only failing in MechWarrior Destiny.
Yeah.
But
I only played like one MechWarrior game where we played MechWarrior instead of just battles, like a war game.
Yeah, and MechWarrior Destiny, I mean, character creation is quick and easy, and you can literally make any kind of character from the MechWarrior universe you can think of. Like if you and the party all want to be infantrymen, you can make infantry. You know what I mean? If you and the party want to be tankers, you can make a party full of tankers.
Yeah, but that's short life in BattleTech.
I mean, there's no real there's nothing stopping you from just doing whatever you want to do.
McLaren's Armored Cavalry is all about having vehicles more than mechs, weren't they? With like a 3-to-1.
A few of them that were very much combined arms guys.
Yeah, I was always combined arms player, but the 3-to-1, I think McLaren's Armored Cavalry, they run 3-to-1 vehicle to mech. So you get a lot of support vehicles. And when you do the C-bill aspect of BattleTech, I can field a damn couple companies of Hunter light tanks to your Lance.
Right.
And I just feel bad for that guy that steps up front and eats like 12 volleys of LRM-20 first round.
Well, I'll tell you what, one of the worst things when you're playing a mech warrior is like when that SRM vehicle comes running up on you and it's got like
SRM carrier?
5 or 6 SRM-6s on it.
I like this.
The LRM-20s with 5 LRM-20s just hanging back in a hill somewhere. And there's like some light mech scouting for it. And it's just like, you just got to get to it quick because
I don't know which scenario we was running. We was doing a battle and there were a lot of static installation like bunkers. And they had a backbiter bunker that once you went through, it was not facing towards your deployment area. It was facing towards the defensive area. So you pass by it and you got like six packs in the back.
I'll tell you, man. The negative to those vehicles is one good solid hit most of the time, and they're dead.
Yeah, Infernal round.
They're so front loaded with damage that it's like you F around, you will find out pretty quick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That sounds Yiddish, XP. Gold, yeah, the way they do it is it's not gold as XP. In Destiny, you earn XP, but the XP basically counts as your wealth, your resources, your ability to increase your characters. I mean, they tried to simplify it too much.
Yeah, it's a meta currency.
If they ever do a second printing edition, whatever, that would be the only part that I would be like, yeah, you guys need to fix this. That shit wasn't, you know.
They made the only currency a meta currency, which I don't like it.
Yeah. Well, then, Brian, you would love BattleTech because they are no frills minis.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they're basically 6 mil mechs, and you can paint them up as detailed or not as you want. Like if you're playing Draconis Combine, it's super easy. Primer them black and then dry brush them up to a nice red. And then throw a sort of light symbol on the side of them, and you're pretty much done.
That's what I do.
Maybe paint a cockpit on them if you're feeling like really cool. Paint the cockpit a color, but
I do some oddball stuff on mine. Where's my jack-o'-lantern guy? Yeah, I like Karita. So you got to do the death face on an Atlas.
On the Atlas, because the Atlas is supposed to be as scary as possible. Yeah.
And then I got the Akuma, and I got them done up like the Green Goblin and a pumpkin.
Akuma, which is like a modified.
I like it.
Some shit.
I don't know what they based it on. It's a pretty well-rounded mech. It leans heavy.
The modified missiles is the Hatamoto Kai.
Yeah, that's well-rounded, and it's got like 14 variants. It's crazy.
Yeah, the basic one's got 2 PPCs and 2 SRM-6s.
Yeah, it's the Karita Thug. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's just the Karita Thug.
Looks better.
I like how you can also, some of them come with like the back banners and stuff, so you can paint the Karita symbol on it. And,
yeah, I need to expand my Karita. I think I got like a division worth of miniatures. I just need to expand it. I want to work on my House Leo too. But my Leo is Vindicators and Cataphracts, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, Serenity now! But anyway, yeah, you're right, Prime. And Anderson, let me tell you this. Hobby Lobby if you go to the part where they sell all the wood stuff, they sell not only pawns, but they sell like pawns with swords, and it's just literally like a chess pawn, but with a sword glued to it and stuff like that. So if you really wanted to be super simple with the miniatures, dude, those things you get like a ton of them for like a couple bucks, and you could paint the body silver, paint the head, whatever color, and put a smiley face on it if you wanted. Paint all the monsters with like green or black skin or whatever color you go with for your orcs, and and you'd be done. It'd be so like I looked at it and I was like, damn, that would be so easy to do. I think it's Liao, but I don't know. You would have to ask Max over from Legion Myth, since he is a player of that faction. It might be Leo.
Plays the crazies. I like them. They're fun.
Whereas I play House Merrick, and I kind of get to cheat because I think it's like the 9th Merrick Militia. They just paint their mechs all black.
Yeah.
So there's no detail at all. Their mechs are just painted black. And then their symbol is like the Archangel Michael descending from heaven with a flaming sword. So you got this black mech, and it's got like an angel device on the shoulder or whatever. I mean, pretty cool. Smells Capellan to me, yeah. Liao. It could be Liao. Yeah, it could be.
I just pronounced
or Leo. I mean, I don't know because I don't know Chinese I can order Chinese.
Nah.
But that's about it. I mean, I can order some Singapore chow mein foon, but
man, don't get me craving some sesame chicken, man. And I got a weakness for crab rangoon. It's just like
right.
Love
I mean, fried cheese with crab and whatever in it. Yeah, sure. But yeah, so I would definitely defer to Max on how that's actually pronounced, since he or Raven, since Raven is like our somewhat resident lore master when it comes to BattleTech.
Yeah. I just go to 3055. After that, I think the whole BattleTech universe got retarded. The subplots and everything they tried to do just got dumb.
Yeah, I always play Succession Wars.
Yeah, you do 3025 tops, right?
Yep.
You were doing Starlink Reunification Wars? Those are kind of fun.
3025 to 3027. Yeah. Capellans inspired by Flash. Yeah, Emperor Ming.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Baby. They got warrior houses. You got some flexibility if you want to make a weird warrior house from an isolated planet. I think there's still a DIY aspect for a lot of even BattleTech.
Oh, in BattleTech, yeah, you've got all the different weird shit going on out in the sphere.
Yeah.
And a couple of them are detailed, but most of them have not. And they'll tell you, like, there's single worlds that are ruled over by, like, some group of guys, and that's all they tell you. So if you want to say, I'm from that star system and we're a bunch of space Vikings, I mean,
space Vikings, that'd be kind of fun. Wouldn't that be Rossahog Republic? I think like the
wow. See, I never put that together, Jose. I always loved Clan Ghost Bear. I know. Yeah, they're space commies. I'll tell you what, I like Clan Ghost Bear too.
Yeah, they're fun.
I don't play Clan. Well, I do an Alpha Strike. I don't care if my opponent's playing Clan, because Alpha Strike really balances things. So, you don't got to worry about
BV2, man. For each one of those Clan with a good pilot, you're going to put 3 inner sphere mechs out.
Oh yeah, definitely. But the thing with I don't just play 20 or 30-25 to 27 just because I'm like, I hate the clans. I play it because I love the Succession Wars.
Yeah.
It's like it's like Takashi Kurita, and you've got Katrina Steiner, and you've got Hans Davian, you've got the Captain General Merrick, you got the crazy dude in Lao, and it seems like there's just so much politics and bullshit going on, you know? Whereas the clans, unfortunately, kind of galvanized the game into a us versus them kind of system. Because even House Kurita and the freaking House Davian stopped fighting, which should never happen, but it did. It's like everyone stopped fighting and decided, oh, we need to all be allies now. And it's kind of like, okay, so instead of being like a 5-way plus free for all, the game turned into a 1v1 with kind of some more depending on the Wolf Wardens versus the Wolf freaking whatevers. But I mean, it was just like whatever. Yeah, you got your free Rasselhag Republic that shows up late in the Succession Wars. I mean, there's all kinds of cool shit. You know, I think the clans, not just the technology, not just their bullshit eugenics way of whatever, they just kind of ruined the political aspect of the Inner Sphere. It's like, why would my guys ever hate the Steiners as bad as they should, or Leao, if you know we've all got to gang up on the Jade Falcon, So I just think it took a little bit of the flavor away. That's all. That's all.
My Discord's really active this morning where I'm trying to do some stuff between sessions, and it's just going on and on.
Well, that's good. I mean, that shows that the players are interested and invested in what
they are. Actually, I've not had players this excited to play in a while. It's kind of fun.
I mean, yeah, that's great.
They're being weird about this prisoner they took, though. They were going to kill him, then they kept him. Now they're acting all buddy-buddy with him. I mean, I'm asking simple questions. You brought a dude to town in chains, in manacles. So naturally, the men-at-arms and the headmen of the town are like, what's up with this? And they didn't tell the whole story. They told an abbreviated version, leaving out that this guy popped into this orc lair via a cursed scroll and then encouraged the orcs to raid to bring him food, hoping to get them all killed. He's responsible for orc raids, but they're not admitting that because they don't want to get him killed. I'm like, what? Okay. Omission of truth is a lie.
Well, I mean, we'll that's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see how it works out for him.
We'll see how this plays out for him. So, yeah. I ran the old Labyrinthord module, Idol of the Orcs.
Yeah.
And tweaked it up a little bit for Dragon Slayer. I've noticed that it does tilt for the players because the base attack bonus that you get for orcs, for monsters, progresses like the fighter, which is lower. It forces you to use situational modifiers as opposed to relying on your THAC0. So...
yeah, somehow Jose, the clans managed to be way out in a star system doing eugenics, and yet every ethnicity is equally represented. So I'm sure there's an Asian member of the clan out there somewhere.
When actually they would be different by each clan. They would be almost ethnic houses.
Yeah, they would be very homogenous in reality.
Not universally, I think by clan, because you do your clan by your clan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, you got environmental hazards on your planet. Suddenly everybody will be tan if you live on a hot planet, right?
Yeah, if you live on a desert world, you're gonna tan up pretty good, or walk around with a crispy sunburn all day. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, There's a reason people develop melanin in their skin. It was a survival trait, you know.
You think Callus is going to ruin it, and it's just going to peter out like Watsy's doing with D&D, or is it just going to be like it is forever?
Battletech?
Yeah.
I think it'll be like it is forever. Battletech is like one of those games. Battletech went 20 years with zero support, and people still play.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't think that Catalyst games can kill it. Because most Battletech players are just going to do what they're going to do anyway. They really don't give a shit what Catalyst says.
Yeah.
You know, you got your collection of mechs, and you're just going to hang out and do what you do, you know?
Yeah. At best, I can only play once a month for Battletech anyway. We had a table game not too long ago here at my house. That was different. And I'm going to do it again in December, I think.
Well, I know I'll be playing Battletech when Hungar comes down. He's already done his batch all.
You guys are actually doing the batch all. That's what you got to do, though. No one wants to do the batch all and bid down. They don't want to bid down for the fight.
Well, we didn't really do a batch all. It was more of a, he called me a fag and said he's going to whip my ass. And I was like, I got my mechs waiting for you, buddy.
Step up, lazy boy, get your ass whooping.
Yeah, right. He's like, get wrecked, bitch. And I'm like, no. I'm ready for you. We know, I mean, I've got an Orion, a Thunderbolt, a Griffin, and a Wasp.
It's a good mix.
I'm ready for it. Let's bring it. Let's do it. So, and he's going to have a Warhammer, a Javelin F, which is the Javelin with all the freaking medium lasers on it. Mm-hmm. Probably a Jenner, and then probably some other heavy mech to go with the Warhammer.
Which Warhammer? Hot Hammer or Standard?
He's going to go with the Kurita one.
Hot Hammer. That's my favorite. That's what I do. I like the Kurita Archer too.
Yeah.
Okay, with the 2 large lasers and twin LRM-15s.
And the Jenner with like the 6 medium lasers. That's a Kurita mech.
Yeah, I like that one.
Or
Jenner. You can't fire all your stuff and run. I'm like, you're not supposed to. And besides, you're going to lose one of them arms and lose 2 medium lasers within like 5 rounds anyway. So what's it matter?
Yeah, I was talking about the Javelin.
Javelin's pretty good. I like the SRM-6 one.
The Kurita Javelin is all medium lasers.
I think that's the standard, isn't it?
No, the standard has the missiles and everything.
Okay.
And House Kurita took all the missiles off and just said, "We'll put a shit ton of medium lasers on this thing." So it operates very well with the Jenner.
Yeah.
Because the Jenner's much faster. The Javelins can take a lot more beating, but if they get up on you, you're getting hit by like 10 medium lasers.
For 2 rounds, and then they overheat.
Yeah, I mean, well, then you run and hide and let them cool down. And Grasshopper, one of the most underrated mechs of all time, Anderson. So Nick, the Scourge of Scourges, the Scourge of the Frostland.
I thought about Commandos for a 25-ton mech.
Commandos are good.
I like that large laser and an SRM pack. It's good, but it can't take a hit for shit. It just goes down like a chump.
But with that large laser, at least you can keep your defense modifiers up and snipe shit.
Yeah, you harass at range 12, basically, is what you do.
Right.
That 8-point in 30-25 adds up pretty quick.
Stalker is a monster, even if it does look like an egg on legs. Trebuchet is a decent line mech. I mean, it's not super great. It's not terrible. It's a good mech.
It's armor set.
Jenner is for back in the late 80s, early 90s, our Mech Warrior Club down here, the people who ran it, which was a couple of history teachers, they made a rule you could only have 1 Jenner per lance. And it was because I showed up to a tournament, and it was a tonnage tournament, like 350 tons, with like 10 Jenners. Yeah. And they were like, what the F is this? And I'm like, all right, let's play.
I'm going to melt all your rear armor.
Guys were showing up with like 4 mechs. And I showed up with like, 8.
Company.
And they're just like, and I would just, anytime I won initiative, I would run up and unload on them. Anytime I lost initiative, I'd run and hide. And that was not a fun way to play the game. So they made that rule. And I agreed with it too. When they made the rule, I was like, yeah, you're right. I mean, I knew what I was doing was shitty. You know, I wasn't confused by that.
I feel the same way about pulse lasers and axes. I mean,
yeah, I don't.
Max the pulse lasers and heat, and then you just like, I hit for a 30-point axe hit to your face. Okay.
Yeah, I usually don't got to worry about that because there's only a couple mechs that have axes in the era I play.
I forget what they call it, where you heat up and you get bonuses. But I always like having a few Infernos on my support stuff. So like my Warrior attack helicopters were Autocan 2 and 2 SRM2s with Inferno rounds. Just flying around setting people on fire and plinking at range 24. Pink, 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 pink.
I'll tell you what, a lot of people want to sleep on a fire starter.
Oh, they're dangerous.
Yeah. You don't want to sleep on that fire starter. And if you're playing infantry, forget it.
Yeah.
If that fire starter runs up on your infantry, just pick them up. They're done.
I think he's got plus 14 heat in 20.
So it's going flamer, machine gun. And that's a dead infantry company every time.
Yeah.
You know.
That plus 12 to 14 heat on most mechs is an ammo explosion just waiting to happen.
That's true. If that dude jumps in on a mech that's got a lot of, like, say, an archer or something that's got a shit ton of LRM ammo and just heats him up.
Going to cook off.
Yeah, you could cook it off, and then that's just a dead mech. The biggest explosion I ever seen was I hit one of Hungar's mechs, and it was full of, like, machine gun ammo. And by the time we factored like all the damages, Mecha took like 400 damage. It was like, yeah.
You ever play with floating crit?
The Stalker don't even need to escort the Atlas. The Stalker, man, that thing is just, I mean, it's got like so many large lasers and medium lasers and LRNs, and it has every weapon on the weapons chart, basically.
Yeah.
Somewhere on that thing. It's got it, you know. And a lot of people don't want to play it because, like I said, it looks like an egg on two big goofy legs just kind of wandering about. But it's like the grasshopper. People are like, yeah, I don't really like the grasshopper. You may not like the grasshopper until that bitch is running around the table owning up your lights and mediums like it's its job. Because it will do that, you know, especially if you get the one with like 6 medium lasers and like an SRM6.
Yeah.
With jump. And this thing is moving around like fast as a light or fast as a medium mech, but it's a heavy.
Yeah.
And it gets close and it's just like disintegrating light mechs and just beating the shit out. And that's how you use it. You don't like the grasshopper can go up against a Warhammer, but why? I mean, that's not what it does. It runs down medium mechs and beats them into the ground.
It does the job of an assassin, but better.
Yeah, it does what the assassin's supposed to do.
Yeah. But I mean, in any fight with any heavy, it's going to just its armor just peels away too quick.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the thing with, and Vic, I'm sorry if we're like talking about stuff you don't give a shit about, but that's the thing though. Battletech really is a rock paper scissors game.
Yeah. Maybe.
When you put your mechs on the table, some mechs are just better than other mechs, and it's a circle. So a mech that might be really good at doing one thing might be really weak at another thing. Like look at the catapult.
Yeah, the catapult depends like the jump jets. If you're urban or you're in hills, jump jets dominate, and all these slower mechs are just instant hit. It's you just wear them down from range.
Right. And the catapult is a great fire support mech. But if something runs up on it, all of a sudden it's not, especially if you take the one that just has LRMs
right, and
no secondary weaponry, it's like,
I'm a creative dude. I do the one twin PPCs, the mini Warhammer.
The Wish brand freaking Marauder.
Yeah, this is the Dollar General, man. It's the DG version. It's just cheap.
Yeah.
But it ain't got no ammo problems. And that fight we had this last month, dude, we had people run out of ammo. And they're so used to playing 30-55 and optimized designs, they didn't know what to think when they ran out of fucking ammo. Should have chose your shots is what you should have done. Aim small, hit big, just like they teach you to shoot with a rifle, right?
Right. Well, yeah, because a hunchback gets 5 shots.
Yeah.
And after that, you've got a couple of medium lasers. So,
Yeah. 2 medium lasers and a small laser.
So be sure you know. Oh, I agree, Jose. One thing I can say about Catalyst Games is their miniatures they've been putting out are amazing. I have a ton of them. Like when they come out with the company box of Urban Mechs, I bought it.
Yeah.
Because a Lance of Urban Mechs and Alpha Strike costs 44 points. So if you're playing your typical 300 or 400 point match, you can throw a company of Urban Mechs on the table and then still have enough points to fill anything else you want.
I just don't like them.
I put them in a tree line and daring one to get within 24
They're also, Catalyst does the false scarcity. They don't release it to where you can actually get, you know.
Yeah, they like for the longest time you couldn't get, there were like 3 different boxes you just couldn't get.
Right. And they do it on purpose. But I do like how they're to scale with their weight class. I love that.
Yeah, the fact that they actually made it a point.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't bought a single one yet, but I've been wanting to paint here lately, so maybe at first year I'll get around to doing some painting. Too many grandkids.
Actually, this guy's pretty much done, really. I could do more detail, but I don't really need to. Do his base, but this is
you know ODB Green. You making Star League or Loud?
That is a Capellan catapult.
You know, the Star League is OD Green mix too. White and OD Green.
Right. Yeah. And the Capellans do green, camo, and also a gray color.
And there's some mustard yellow for some of the warrior houses, I think.
Right. And then, of course, Merrick does a Russian green and red because they conquered the Tikhonov Protectorate, which was the Soviet part of the Sino-Soviet Capellan. So now the Capellans are just straight up more Chinese because the Soviet Russian part got absorbed into the
Koreans, basically. Yeah.
Got absorbed into House Merrick. But I got my little drawer here with some of my mechs that I've painted, and I do really simple paint jobs on them. Like here is for no good reason whatsoever, a yellow Urban Mech.
Dude, I got a Lance. My Orion is painted up like the rebellion from a Serenity. Brown shirts.
Oh yeah.
I run that with a pair of hammers and a Hussar. So a hammer, anvil, Orion, and a Hussar, Star League Hussar.
Here is an alternate Griffin variant that gives up the LRM for 2 large lasers.
How's its heat?
Good, actually. It can fire those 2 large lasers every round unless it jumps.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're using single heat sinks. That's gonna. It's like a better crab. Crab's got.
But yeah, here is a naked blackjack, and don't sleep on the blackjack for the points cost. The blackjack is not a bad mech.
Maybe for Alpha Strike, but for Classic, it's a little rough. I'm an Autocannon 2 fan. I like hitting people in the head at range 24 or 21 and getting medium range 16.
I haven't decided what I'm going to paint this guy, but
yeah, they run hot and got bad. Yeah,
that's a Catalyst Marauder.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Of course, I have a tendency in game. If I play a Marauder, I play the Merrick version that dumps the PPCs for large lasers, and then and then uses that extra tonnage for like heat sinks.
Yeah.
And then you've got a Marauder that can just ignore the heat gauge. Hey, Squirrel Hermit, what's up, homie?
What's its secondary though? What autocan does it run?
AC5.
Takes the 5.
And the only thing that changes is large laser, and the excuse they give in the lore is that House Merrick has always had a problem making PPCs.
Yeah, the Kuritas have lots of PPCs, but they have a limitation on the LRM-20s until after the clan invasion. That's why you see lots of LRM-15s instead of LRM-20s.
Yeah. Whereas House Merrick, they're really good at building lasers, but they're not so great at PPCs. So a lot of mechs that they capture, when they have to rebuild them, they if the PPC's damaged, then they're just like, all right, put a large laser on it.
Yeah. ER large laser for the clans is the most efficient weapon they got. Range 25, 10 damage. And the Star League ER large laser sucks. 12 heat, 8 damage, 19 range. It's crap.
Yeah, the Dragon is a weird mech.
Dragon or Grand Dragon?
They eventually released the Grand Dragon and kind of, fix the weapons loadout. But the thing with the Dragon is it's so fast and it jumps. So really it should be hunting down mediums and lights and killing them. It shouldn't be going toe-to-toe with heavies.
It's a mobile fire support system.
Yeah.
That's how you maneuver and fire.
Yeah, that thing should always be moving max speed every round.
Mm-hmm. If you have to punch, it can deal out some damage because it's a heavy.
Right. So Vic,
and the Grand Dragon.
What are you thinking about so hard over here?
I am working on my deck of curses while I'm just waiting for you guys to end there.
Oh, we'll probably end. So if you don't want to talk about that, you're going to have to introduce some other subject.
Well, no, it's fine. I was listening. I was fascinated by the conversation. So, but I was working on my deck of curses cards, and
well, I don't want you to just be sitting there feeling like you're not part of the crowd. What's going on?
No big deal.
But yeah, that's
I'm almost done with my deck of curses. I've got the Chinese. I've given me the pricing on printing them and stuff, and I've already got basically the Kickstarter done. So now I'm just working on the bonuses. If you buy it, what's going to happen if it goes past and stuff. So I'm working on an idea of putting a table compass inside the box of stuff, so that when you're playing with your group, a lot of guys don't have a table compass. You just put it out there and you say, that's north, that's south, that's east, that's west. Spin it, and that's the direction the enemy's coming from.
Right.
So unless it's a sneak attack, of course, and you know how that works. So so I'm just working on different little iterations and stuff like that to get it done and stuff. And looking for buying a new truck. I put a bid in on one out in Los Angeles, so we'll see what's going to happen there. So
nice.
Maybe I'll get working by the first of the year again. I mean, driving again, but I'm not too worried about it yet. So what about you guys? Anything crazy? I know I saw you jumping on Twitter and having fun there, commenting about stuff there, James.
Yeah, well, I usually only respond to stupid shit. I need to start actually making my own opinions.
Yeah.
Instead of just responding to other people's stupid shit.
Yeah, I like I've been watching that Radio Genoa stuff. Have you seen that X page on there? That poster?
I have not, but I'll have to look it up.
He posts up stuff from what the immigrant situation over in Europe, and they calls them architects and engineers.
Yeah.
And he's showing video footage. He just puts video footage of what they've been doing over there and stuff, and it's just like they're having the same problems we're having. And it's sort of like except for
The
a little water.
invasion situation, yeah.
Yeah. So but they've got their own mindset over there and how they want to deal with it still because of that European Union,
Weaponized migration.
Yeah.
The German superstate that the Nazis didn't get just got rebranded to UN and NATO.
Yeah.
Well, you look who founded it. It's all the ones that didn't hang.
Well, guys, in the middle of Sunday, apparently our corpse of a president decided it'd be a good idea to striking deep into Russia by Ukraine. Even though the Russians have said if they do that shit,
It's an act of war.
nuked.
Yeah, they shot.
So it's like, are they trying to start World War III before Trump can get into office?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Said the Blinken just came out this morning and said we are going to turn the spigot on and give as much money to Ukraine as we can, as humanly possible, in the next 2 months. While Biden came out and finally made a plea for $100 billion for Appalachia for the floods, as the frost has already set in the mountains. Right.
Here's the problem with Ukraine. They could end this war so fast. I think.
Just turn the spigot off.
Well, no, blow up that Kerch bridge, that bridge into Crimea. Take care of that thing, and then every other bridge that's along the border there, and just stop the flow of supplies by the Russians. Just it's sort of like what was it, MacArthur?
That is exactly a trigger for World War III. The Russians will respond very viciously with that. That'll be.
The thing you have to remember, Vic, is the Russians have been using kids' gloves against Ukrainians this whole time.
3% mobile. That's 3% mobilization.
Like they're not even sending their top line units. Well, they started because the city that got taken, there were Spetsnaz forces involved.
They're rotating and creating a veteran corps for the military, and also strengthening ties to people they're allied with. The bringing in of the North Koreans is allowing them to do what NATO did for years, where we train with each other, except these are combat veterans now. Combat veterans versus green has an advantage. But blowing up the Crimea bridge, it's not going back.
The North Koreans haven't been in an actual engagement since the
Korean
War.
And that was Chinese forces.
They sent 100,000 of their best Tier 1 troops into Russia to fight in the Kursk pocket, which is doomed in the end, specifically not because Russia needed them, but because the Koreans want to have veterans.
Yeah, they're going to bloody their troops.
Actually,
that experience is priceless.
Well, I read
they haven't still thrown them out of Kursk.
Have you watched like the latest gains? Russia has gained like 200 kilometers or some shit. I mean, it's insane. They're conquering everything, and Ukrainians are just on a full retreat.
Yeah.
But then American news will tell you the Ukrainians are winning. But if you actually watch like Indian news or Pakistani news or Portuguese news, or if you look at the Ukrainian soldiers on Instagram begging for this shit to stop,
right?
Because, like units that started with 150 men got 25 men in them now.
Yeah.
And high command is telling them to attack the enemy lines. And these Ukrainians are like, are you kidding me? And then one guy was saying, we've been on the line since the war started. They've given us no R&R. They haven't rotated us to the rear. We requested reinforcements, and they sent a bunch of 50-year-old men.
Yeah, the question is, do you cede the breakaway republics and pull out of Kursk, or you want to drag it out and then the Russians push to the river?
Yeah, they're starting to draft women, yeah.
Right. You know what they call? They're drafting pregnant women. They call them troop carriers. It's a joke. It's
crazy too, because if you watch the war footage, anytime they say DPR forces captured whatever, those aren't Russians.
Right.
That is the Donetsk People's Republic.
Yeah, the breakaways.
That's the breakaways. They have their own army, the DPR.
And the war spoil the Russians are taking, they are building the crap that we're sending over there in mass and losing. They're building those militaries up with the cast-offs. Now, I think the Russians do have a logistics problem, but I still think they're in a key position. They're pulling the vehicles from their movie lots and retooling them for combat, but they're not wasting their frontline stuff. They're doing that three-way principle from the 80s.
People are like, look at the Russians. They're using Soviet-era T-64s. It's like, those
are
DPR units.
Yeah, they work.
You know, so basically coal miners. Mm-hmm. That because that's all they do in Donetsk is mine coal. They're coal miners. That's what they do. So you've got this army that's made up of former coal miners, and they're beating the shit out of the actual Ukrainians.
Yeah.
And now you've got Russians moving. They're like, in the last thing I watched, you had Spetsnaz and Russian airborne troops dropping in. And now it's getting frozen over there. And when the ground freezes hard, that means the tanks will be able to maneuver better. Ukraine does not have enough tanks.
They're going to repeat the Battle of Kursk with modern Army Corps of tanks. And I think that'll if it's led by second line tanks or T-90s is what I'm really curious of.
What they've been doing is they've been flooding the area.
Yeah. But yeah, it's going to be
oh, cavalry is back. Yeah, motorcycles. The Russians have started adopting motorcycles for like their Ranger and Recon units.
Mm-hmm.
And they attack enemy trenches. Like you'll have like 12 guys on motorcycles hauling ass full blast across the countryside. And then they'll lay that motorcycle down and jump into the trench where the Ukrainians are and just clear it.
Yeah.
And then move on. And they move so fast the drones can't catch them.
Yeah. They tried the buggy thing in Afghanistan and they abandoned it. I guess they're not doing that in Ukraine. They're using the cycles.
Motorcycles supported by like a four-wheeler. And they use the four-wheeler to extract wounded soldiers because you can apparently
so they're
on the back you can strap a guy on that thing and haul ass.
Yeah, so they're just building off what they did in Afghanistan, just adapting it to the Ukraine.
Adapting it in, yeah. And it caught like I watched how one battle went. It was a big Ukrainian stronghold, and they hit one end, and then they hit the other end, and then the third unit hit right in the middle.
Yeah.
And then a Russian BMP got behind them. And it was like the Ukrainians basically had to surrender because they had Russians in the trench. And if they tried to withdraw, there was a BMP waiting behind them.
Yeah.
So it was a no-win situation. Surrender or be completely exterminated.
They pulled the Chechens out. Now they're redeploying the Chechens back in. And they pulled the Chechens out because the Chechens stopped taking prisoners, basically. Now they're rotating them back in after some.
Oh, yeah. Size hurts, speed kills. Well, speed kills is what we used to say in the infantry. If you can maneuver quick and get to places your opponent don't want you to be, like enfilading fire, that's a big thing. That's why we operate in fire teams. Yeah. One team lays down suppressing fire. The other team flanks the enemy and kills them.
Yeah.
And that's all that's going on. And it's like, and no, I am not happy that all these Ukrainians are dying because remember, they're Orthodox Christians. These are my brothers. And they're dying for some stupid shit.
I don't know Orthodox anymore now because they outlawed that religion in Ukraine, didn't it?
Yeah, the new Ukrainian government outlawed Russian Orthodoxy.
Right.
Which is like, bro, 90% of your country. But then again, Zelensky was put in place by the CIA. No one elected that.
Either you sue for peace within 6 months or the Russians dictate terms in a year. That's what it's come down to. And if we engage as NATO, then you engage the Third World War and there will be a nuclear exchange. And every simulation in Eastern Europe with a land war with NATO versus Russia, we lose.
Yeah, we lose.
And if we engage there,
their population can more easily disperse. So even if we nuke, we're a lot less likely to actually kill a bunch of them.
Yeah, we simply can't win that fight. NATO can't win that fight. And we need to accept that fact and realign the world order, or take the L and sacrifice 1 million plus combat deaths. That's your choice. Who you got to make the decision. Do we sue for peace, or do we sacrifice 1 million young men?
The only country in Europe right now that's even what I would call militarily strong would be Poland.
Poland's dying to fight too for some reason, and they're going to get spanked if they do.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
but
because they want to take that. What is it? What's that area up there north of them? There, that Russian enclave.
Danzig.
Danzig.
Huh?
Danzig. They're more likely to take parts of Ukraine west of the river, right? West of Kiev, Ukraine could cease to exist, right? It has a functioning government.
Did own a
Poland could take sections that were historically theirs in the past, and Russia would go up to the river. That's it. There's no Ukraine.
Kaliningrad or whatever that area is up there.
Yeah, it used to be called Danzig. Now they call it
Danzig
Kaliningrad.
Right. I mean, that'll be it. I mean, there is a Russian army group there, but here's the thing, though, gentlemen. We're all forgetting logistics. You take out the bridge at the Kerch Bridge. I mean, they've got nothing for rail or anything coming in from the south, and then they just. I mean, it's all logistics.
They do what
a rail through the republics.
Huh?
They've built a rail through the republics. They don't need it. They don't need the bridge as much for military reinforcement anymore.
Yeah.
They built a fucking railroad.
Also, Vic, numerous times we know for a fact the Russians have built pontoon bridges across rivers.
Well, I know.
I mean, just like us, they got engineer units that can build bridges like overnight.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna get nastier before it gets better, I think. So.
I hope not.
Attacking that bridge is a declaration of war, and you'll have to kill civilians to do it. And the Russians.
The last time they attacked that bridge was with a civilian.
Yeah.
They put a bunch of bombs in the back of a cargo truck, didn't tell the guy driving the truck what he had.
Yeah.
It was a freaking British special intelligence operation.
Mm-hmm.
Blew the bridge up in the middle of it blew the truck up in the middle of the bridge and killed a bunch of civilians.
Yeah. I think they've been extremely restrained in their approach.
Russia has been extremely restrained.
But they've also attacked this
right now.
This constriction method on the battlefront, which is very un-Russian. They like the overwhelming. Their military is designed to destroy army groups, right? They're to destroy a mobile army, a modern army. And then the Ukrainians dug in like it was World War I, and then they had to realign. And now they're doing this. The cauldron thing was just encirclements, lots of encirclements, and then just the death of artillery.
You and I must watch a lot of the same stuff, because it's like every time the Ukrainians build up a lot of forces, the Russians just flank around them.
Right. It's basic envelopment, basic combat strategy. Remember, we're dips.
Or the ends connect, or get encircled, and now you're totally out.
We were trained at the same time in the 80s. We were dips, die in place. That was our job in Eastern Europe versus the Russians, to die in place.
Oh, at the folded gap, while flicking and all that shit? Yeah.
Yeah. That 10-to-1 numerical advantage is kind of hard to overcome. I was told that after I keyed up my radio and did my job, the grid hex that I was in was going to explode and I was going to die. Because they blew up grid hexes.
In Iraq, I mean,
Why hit a radio station when I can just kill everything in the fucking grid?
Well, that is one thing. They do tend to saturation bomb.
Saturation fires fucking
everything.
Crazy. And now they switched over to the thermobolics, which are even more horrifying. It's a guaranteed 100% kill rate. So,
yeah, it'll suck your insides into your outsides, even if you're in a bunker.
Yeah, turn your lungs into pancakes and incinerate you. If your foot's sticking out of the impact area, your foot's still flesh. The rest of you is crisp.
Yeah, it goes off and it sucks all the oxygen out of the area, and then the oxygen or the atmosphere pounding back into the area.
Yeah, but I think the other thing we need to worry about in a multipolar world, the second we commit to an Eastern Front in Europe, China takes Taiwan and expands their influence.
And we won't be able to do anything about it.
And we can't stop it because we can't fight a multipolar war anymore.
All we can do is hope the Vietnamese stand, which my money is on Vietnam.
But South Korea would cease to exist.
Yeah, South Korea will be gone.
Yeah.
But they're not reproducing or anything anyway, so they're going to be gone soon anyway.
Yeah. It's an interesting time, and there's no greater curse to live in interesting times.
That's what the Chinese used to say.
Yeah.
May you live in interesting times was a curse.
Yeah, and it's where we're at.
And that's where we're at.
With Trump, there'll be a diplomatic solution in Ukraine, and the West isn't going to like it, but the world has realigned. We are now in a multipolar world, and the Western-dominated structure is dead. We just haven't admitted it yet. Because
we had just allowed Russia to join NATO back in the 90s when they asked, none of this would be happening.
Right. The West, the NATO has made it from the get-go. The UN and NATO has made it to where they've not wanted peace. They've always been gearing for war. So
even when Russia is asking to join alliances with us, and we're like, no. It's like,
we have more, as a Western nation, America, we have more in common with the Russians than we do.
I got one question for you guys.
Yes,
that's true.
What if Putin's knocked out? What happens if then?
That'll be even worse because the
hardliners launch nukes. It depends, because there's some hardliners who will simply just launch.
Yeah, Medvedev has mentioned that he thinks they should get Alaska back.
Yeah.
In speeches. Putin is actually the moderate in their government.
He's a specialist. He doesn't want to see Russians die.
Be like, F it. It's a holy war. Let's go.
Yeah. Medvedev, and I think Medvedev would actually weaponize Africa.
Oh, yeah.
Because they have greater alliances in Africa than the Western nations do now.
What about let me see here. What was I going to say here? What about if now forget it. I lost it. I had the idea, then you started talking about Africa, and I lost the motion there.
I'm sorry. People don't think about Africa though, but Russia has so much goodwill right now with authoritarian and non-authoritarian states in Africa, as Africa is rejecting European influence, like on purpose. Like they will go with the Russians first because the Russians are offering them better deals when it comes to trade and are less interference in their nations. So France and us are being forced out, and we've lost a lot of uranium reserves there because of our actions economically.
Yeah, like I think the French were recently forced out of Senegal.
Yeah. The center of Africa is gone to a confederation that is definitely anti-Western and pro-Russia.
Yeah, a lot of African countries are becoming very pro-Russian because the Russian government does not meddle in their internal affairs.
And they give
them, at least they don't do it blatantly. They probably still do
it. Not on the scale the West does. I think it's an approach they adopted during the Cold War. It's worked better over time.
Oh, I know what I was going to ask. The Chinese Belt and Road system. I heard that's one of the big factors in Africa too right now.
And South America, they just built a huge port in Peru. No one's talking about it.
Oh no, I read about that one. So,
which is really
colonialism. It is debt slavery, and the eastern coast of Africa has figured out. So that's either debt slavery to the Chinese or a more beneficial trade system with BRICS and the Russians, and that's more appealing. So they're winning the goodwill fight, which is kind of weird. But it's the world. But the economic policies of America and the West have been so destructive to the economics of these third world countries that they hate us and don't want anything to do with us. So they will take the other option, which honestly looks more beneficial when you look at it detached. You're like, I don't blame you. I honestly don't blame you. And
Well,
now
I think Kenya recently passed a law that anyone that was going to do a commercial on Kenyan television has to be a Kenyan.
Yeah.
Because they got sick and tired of all of their Coca-Cola commercials being Englishmen. So the Kenyan government is like, yeah, we're tired of seeing white faces trying to sell us white shit.
Oh, I love it.
Now on, it's going to be a Kenyan.
Yeah, as a nationalist, I love it when other nations are nationalists, because then you're working from each other's benefit of your own people, and you look for deals that are beneficial for your people, right?
Yeah.
So nationalists in Kenya, I don't care. It's awesome.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me a bit. If the Kenyans want to see Kenyans on their television, I say, okay.
They got a lot of
ground. Created a Carlito, frozen assets, and the natural reaction is a bank run, which translates as de-dollarization. Yeah, I think America recently, after Trump's election, a country that was no longer going to use petrodollars has now agreed to go back to the petrodollar. But the problem is that since Putin a few years ago put the ruble on a gold standard, the ruble is actually a much more stable currency because it's backed by gold.
I think all the BRICS are going to follow that, and BRICS passed the 50% mark of the world. So over 50%.
India, I think, is the country that said they would agree to petro.
Yeah.
All right.
Which, if we lost India, I mean, you gonna take off?
Yeah, the old lady just came home, so I'll talk to you later.
Oh well, okay.
All right, bye.
Later, man.
Yeah, I mean, they took the ruble, they put it on a gold standard, and all of a sudden, and Russia's national debt is not even 1% of the U.S. national debt.
No. I think we get too excited talking about this shit, honestly, and I think about it.
Well, I mean, it's like such a crazy thing. It's like no one ever dreamed this would or could even happen.
It was always, I think a multipolar world was always optional since we're sci-fi nerds.
Right. Well, I mean, I did play Twilight 2000 a lot back in the day, so.
Yeah.
Jose, you're right. And that's something I was talking about the other day, how we in America, we're always talking about inflation and deflation, but inflation and deflation do not actually have to exist. It's something we created with the banking system.
Allow deflation to happen. Deflation is part of the natural economic cycle, but our entire system is all positive inflation, zero deflation, because deflation creates
on
debt elimination,
supply and demand.
Right.
But right now,
the Fed does not allow deflationary periods.
Yeah, right now, since we're on a fiat currency, it's not based on anything.
Right.
Except how much money the
based on faith and debt
is willing to print. And the Federal Reserve, even though it's called the Federal Reserve, is not part of
it's a private organization.
And every time they print money, they charge us money for it. Right. So by the time we get the money they print, we have to pay them.
Yeah, usury is sin. I'm all for just doing away with any kind of interest.
Yeah, the Federal Reserve needs to go. It's 100% a destructive thing that didn't used to exist through most of American history and has been a net negative for Americans. I mean, there's a few Americans out there that are making billions of dollars, but then there's hundreds of millions of Americans out there whose dollar right now is worth 10 cents back in 1950.
They do it on purpose.
And they do it on purpose.
Treadmill, you're unable to accumulate generational wealth or get out of debt. The debt system, the debt slavery system, the beast system forces you to work to the day you die. Mm-hmm. And only those who have accumulated generational wealth can prosper. And you're not able to accumulate generational wealth to truly own anything. I'm hoping that national...
As I like to say, the U.S. dollar is based on trust me, bro.
Yeah.
That's it. It's like they should even print that on the dollar bill. Trust me,
Yeah.
bro.
Bend over. Just put bend over on the front. Replace the big eye with a big sphincter because you're fucked.
Well, the debt is on purpose because, as my comrade right next to me was saying, the school system on up is just to train you to be a cog in a machine,
Right.
and basically be milked like a cow at a freaking milk farm until you drop dead.
Yeah.
And if you take the amount of money that you will pay into Social Security over your life, if you had invested that money yourself in an IRA, you'd be a millionaire. You get 65 and they send you $1,200 a month until you die.
I'm curious what kind of reforms they're going to do to Social Security because it's such a third rail and people rely on it. Could we eliminate it and just cut a check to everybody who's invested in it and go, here, we're cashing you out at the 1.2% you were going to get off of it when you cashed in one lump sum check, and it ceased to exist?
I know I saw the amount I paid into Social Security and it was insane.
Right.
I would 100% take that as right now.
And what kind of explosion of the economy would that be for investment? I know a lot of people make stupid decisions.
Died, I could invest it into IRAs. I could invest it into freaking, the money market. I mean, but no, I'll get $1,200 or $1,300 a month until I drop dead.
Yeah.
And then they get to keep all the rest of that money.
Well, it's in the general fund, so it's being spent. And what was it, 83, Tip O'Neill forced that through veto proof over Reagan?
It was under the Clinton administration.
No, it was under Reagan because it was veto puff, and the guy who proposed taxing it and putting it in the general fund was Joe fucking Biden. Yeah, little fact. The reason your Social Security is taxed is because of Joe Biden.
Yeah, it used to be they couldn't mess with it because it was its own special.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it was during Reagan administration because they forced it through. It was veto proof. But he gets the blame for it, even though it was a Democrat House and Democrat Congress that made it veto proof. They just put it into the general
debt-based economy. Yeah.
Yeah, we were in a debt-based economy.
Well, he said leg-based.
I didn't know.
Because Uncle Sam says so.
Yeah.
And we got the gun pointed at everyone.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Have fun, Jose. Vaya con Dios, amigo.
I used to believe in the myth. Now there's a lot of things I look at as myth. Free market economy. It's a myth. Free speech. It's a myth. Doesn't exist.
There was a time when it wasn't.
What, 19th century?
Yeah, before the Beast of Jekyll Island.
Yeah, well, that's 20th century. I believe the Republic died in the 1860s.
Well, at the end of the Civil War, when they
the Republic died when you forced it to be held together at the point of a gun, and it became an empire. And the second it became an empire, it started to rot because then from that point forward, it was an immoral nation.
Okay, I'm not going to argue that point.
Yeah. The war of northern aggression.
Yeah, that's what my mom calls it, war of northern aggression.
That's what it was.
I'm a little bit more like whatever war. I mean, even though I know I had relatives that fought for the South, but and I could go get my General Lee hat on. I've got a big Confederate flag hat.
Who's your favorite Southern Confederate general?
Longstreet.
Longstreet. I'm a hood guy, but he was way too aggressive.
Longstreet to me was the war horse of the South, and if Lee had listened to him at Gettysburg, it would have been a Confederate victory.
There was no reason to fight Gettysburg. It was a bad idea.
Right, but Longstreet was the one that told Lee to attack on day one.
Swing right and march on D.C., and then force them to fight on the ground of your choosing, not their choosing.
Right, but then Lee was so concerned with the scouting and everything, which was getting hosed up because Stewart was raiding a rail station or some shit.
Jeb Stuart was late. He failed the Confederacy at that pivotal junction.
Yeah. But even with Cheddar Stewart being a jerk off, had Lee trusted Longstreet and just did what Longstreet said, they would have rolled over the Confederates.
They should have done that.
They would have rolled over the Union troops and would have been besieging Washington.
That was the first failure. They could have won it at the Battle of Manassas because of the universal thinking is you sack the capital, you win. And at the first Battle of Manassas, after they routed the Federal troops, they did not march on Washington because they were fighting a defensive war for independence, not a war of conquest. And that was wrong thinking. They should have sacked the capital, hanged Lincoln, and then the whole thing would have been a whole lot different.
Right. That's true. After the Battle of Bull Run, or Manassas, as he calls it, they could have easily chased the Union Army all the way back to D.C.
Yeah.
But the Confederates, for some reason, always wanted to play this honor game.
Right.
And
you can't fight an honorable fight when you're fighting a dishonorable enemy. You can't.
Right. It cost them because they kept trying to be honorable and noble and whatever. And no, that's not how it goes. It's war.
I know, but they were still viewing the Northerner as former countrymen and brethren, as opposed to how the North detested and demonized the Southerner.
Right.
So,
and it costs a lot.
When you fight a war, you need to become a beast.
You know, it caused a lot of bad blood for 100+ years. After
goes on, dude. They still land bad. What is more despised than an Appalachian and a Southern man in modern society? You're allowed to really make fun of us all the time, aren't you?
Oh, Appalachian. Technically, we've never been part of America.
Right. We've always
never really wanted us.
Well, they want the call.
They only call on Appalachians when it's time to whip somebody's ass.
Yeah, when they need.
And all of a sudden, let's recruit every hillbilly we can from North Georgia all the way to Pennsylvania.
And when they need Janissaries, they go to Appalachia in the South, and they recruit them to go die to be the blood oil in the machine.
Right. Hell, the only reason this country exists is because of the Appalachians that crossed over the mountains and whipped the British ass in like South Carolina or whatever.
Yeah. It's a hot mess.
What they call them? The mountain men who come across the mountains from Kentucky and West Virginia and everywhere and ambushed the British in Carolina and didn't fight right because they hid behind trees and actively targeted British officers. I mean, the British were upset about that.
During the French and Indian War. They encouraged us to do that during the French and Indian War, and then when we turned it on them, they were kind of upset about it when we started shooting their officers.
Yeah, because you got some good old boy from Kentucky with a Kentucky long rifle, and he knows how to use it. He sees some British officer waving his saber around 150 yards away across the battlefield. I mean, that's an easy shot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's going to lean that rifle up against a tree and bam, dead English officer. And, you know, and the English army, once you killed their officers, they didn't really know what to do.
Right.
You know, and then that allowed the rebel forces fighting for America to go ahead and crush them. And that's where England screwed up. They were doing pretty good in New England, but when they started marching south into Carolina and stuff,
yeah,
it was like, yeah, okay, things are going to get rough here. And it did. And they got massacred and they had to flee back north. And then by then it was like, it's over for you guys. The French have came. They've blockaded the coast. You're not getting any reinforcements. You're not leaving. And our army actually knows how to fight now.
Yeah.
So, you know, hang it up, boys. That shit is done. And they did. And, you know, I don't wish any hard feelings on the British, but, you know, they shouldn't have tried to take our guns because that's what actually kicked the war off. A lot of people don't know that. The taxes and all that pissed Americans off, but the Americans were willing to deal with that. But then the British passed an act where they were going to confiscate all of the muskets.
Yeah.
In the
That's what they were marching to do for the Battle of Lexington Concord. They were marching to seize the powder.
And the colonists were like, yeah, F to that. We're not giving up our muskets, you know.
You ever do much wargaming for colonial period or Civil War?
I've actually, okay, Civil War, yes. Revolutionary or 7 Years War, no. I wouldn't mind because there's a game company, Tomahawk Games. They do Saga, which I love.
Mm-hmm.
They also did another game that's the French Indian War. And I would, I had somebody who would play it.
Didn't Avalon Hill have one, though?
I don't know, but it's a miniatures. What I'm talking about uses, you know, you build your war band of either French, English, American colonists, or various tribes of Forest Indian, and then you duke it out.
An Iroquois Wade. That could be kind of fun, actually. It'd be fun to paint, at least.
Yeah, you can paint up your Iroquois or your Mohawks or your Creeks or whatever. There were a lot of different tribes.
Yeah, Creeks
and then, of course, you've got your British regulars, but you've also got the colonial militia. Then you've got the French.
Frogs. I
actually painted up some French for the French Indian War. And what's funny is a lot of them are wearing toques.
Yeah.
Like they're wearing like freaking ski caps and shit because they're from Canada, you know. And they're, you know,
the
Americans, a lot of them are wearing like slouch hats and leather jackets, the colonials. They're wearing like slouch hats, leather jackets, they got tomahawks.
James, isn't a flute just a beret for a retard?
Alcoholism is the only problem if you don't enjoy it.
Fair enough. His congestion won't go away.
Yeah, addiction, alcoholism, and poverty are a fact of life up here. Like a lot of people like myself, you know, we're not drinkers. But like I said, America, like the whole rest of America just said, F Appalachia. We're not building a factory there. We're not doing anything. We're going to force them. After the Civil War, New York firms bought up all the coal mines in the South and then forced Southerners into these coal mines for freaking slave wages, which is why there's...
The coal was the timber, and then when it wasn't left, they left.
Yeah, that's why
money that was extracted was never invested back in the areas, except for rail lines. Okay, rail lines were the only investment that was put into Appalachia. Everything else, you had to scrabble it together from fucking nothing.
Right. After the Cotton Bellers basically took advantage of the whole region, they just left.
Yeah.
And there was nothing there.
That's
why there's a Dollar General store on every other block. When you go to a town, it's like
it's why we don't trust nobody, especially anybody in a damn suit.
We don't trust anybody, and we don't trust cops. And you know, like when you go into the town I live in, when my wife very first showed up there, people didn't recognize her car. By the time we got to my mom's house, like she'd already been called. Saying there's strangers driving through the holler, you know? And then she told everybody, oh no, that's my son. And then our family, not to brag, is kind of, even though we're just as poor as everyone else, because of things we've done, we're kind of like redneck nobility in a way. And for all the wrong reasons. Like I have a father that shot a cop. You know, I've got some uncles that did some horrible shit. We're directly related to the younger family. So we're kind of like the family that everybody says, no matter what you do not mess with these guys because they hold grudges and they will kill you. So, yeah, it's kind of weird when you go up there and people show you deference because of who you're related to. But that's Appalachia, man. Family is everything.
I don't think it's like that as much as it was in the past. I think it's changed over the years. It's not as like it used to be.
Because when I went up there, as soon as everyone found out who I was and who I was related to, all of a sudden people were waving on the porch. You know what I mean? Just being nice. Because it's like, just because they know who I'm related to, it's not even what I might do. It's like, he's related to that family, and they're known for extreme violence and a lack of F's to give. So, you know,
my shoes.
You don't want to mess with them. How you doing, Dean? I was actually a little bit fearful, but now that you're here, I'm a lot more happy. Oh, dude, don't worry about it. You know what? The fact that the rest of America thinks the way they do about Appalachia, we take pride in it. Mm-hmm. And most Appalachians don't want anyone there anyway.
Right. No care.
You're not from here. You don't know anything about here. You don't know our myths, our legends, our fairy tales, our tales of witches, and etc. You're just not welcome here. You didn't grow up this way. Like when I joined the Army, basic training and infantry training was easy for me because the shit I did as a hobby was harder. Like the shit I did for fun was harder than infantry training. And I already knew how to use a rifle because I got a semi-auto Marlin tube-fed 22 when I was 11. So, I mean, when all these guys are standing there and like you see the guys from like New York or Chicago that joined and they're all like nervous as shit around the rifle. But then all the good old boys from Georgia and Tennessee and whatever are like, oh yeah, let's shoot this shit, you know? Like, oh, we're going to march 10 miles today? Not one of us gives a shit. We just do that all the time. You know? And we carried heavier weight. I mean, if I wanted to go fishing at the Cumberland River from where I lived, that was a 10-mile hike through the woods and hills. So a lot of times we would go down to the bottom of the holler and we'd follow the stream so that we wouldn't be walking up and down hills all day. But that was damn near 10 miles each way. And we would be carrying our camping kit, fishing gear, you name it. And we would be like 15. Yes, my parents were the kind of parents that would let me leave the house and be gone for 3 days when I was 15. I mean, I was armed and I had my brothers with me, so they weren't like overly concerned, you know. It was like, they'll be all right. Because we were Appalachian and that was our land, and you know, just the way it was, man. I wouldn't trade my upbringing, outhouse and all for nothing. For nothing. When I look at the people that were raised in the city, I kind of feel bad for them. It's like, you know, because part of me thinks, you know, if real shit kicks off, you ain't going to last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You are going to be in trouble.
That's going to be Holocaust is what that's going to be.
Yep. As soon as I think shit's getting bad, my wife has already said, we're going to load our shit up. We're going to drive up to Kentucky. We're going to be up in the mountains. And
can you make it on a single tank of gas?
We need to, but she plans on being extra careful about, like, as soon as it looks like it might be away, we're out.
A buddy of mine
is like the worst place to be. You can't drink the water unless you filter the shit out of it. You know, you get Legionnaire's disease, and it's full of idiots. I'm glad you got your things settled. Bring back the Byzantine Solida. I agree. Marching 10 miles on, but yeah. Oh no, we're in freaking Fort Benning, which is mostly flat. Oh no,
mostly flat.
It's like whatever.
I went to Camp McClellan for basic, man. That was all freaking hills. It was like home, but it was so hot that summer.
I don't even know where Camp McClellan is.
Jackson, Mississippi.
Oh, shit. I went to Fort Jackson, South Carolina, because when I joined as an 11 X-ray, which meant I'm going to be infantry, but they don't know what kind.
Right.
And then once I finished basic training, pretty much 80% of the X-rays become 11 mics. So then we had to go to Kentucky, which I loved, to train with Bradleys. And then we went to Benning to become infantrymen.
Yeah. It was pretty much all mechanized infantry through the 80s and 90s.
But then at sometime in the 2000s, they got rid of the 11 mic MOS because they realized that it really takes about 20 minutes to teach somebody how to drive a Bradley.
Yeah.
So, you know, and you don't need a special MOS to jump out of the back of one of those things. You're basically just an infantryman.
Yeah. I was 11 Charlie, 11 Kilo, and 11B. Ended up getting cross-trained from Rat Rigger to Wire Dog, and then I got my braid aerosol.
We loved our Wire Dogs. They hated us, though.
I fucking hated being a Wire Dog. We made fun of them idiots when I was in my when I was in AIT, and then I get back to we'll cross-train you. I'm like, no. But then you start doing it, you kind of enjoy it, jumping from pole to pole, just being retarded.
I don't know anything about astrology, and I'm not sure that I believe any of that, Jose. I mean, that's way above my pay grade.
It's supposed to be the villain art for Aries and a few others.
Yeah, you would have to explain what any of that means because I do not know. Bring back the Articles of Confederation. Well, they're thinking about doing that in the eastern parts of Oregon and Washington State.
Yeah,
because like most
federal
in Iowa.
How about we try the republic that we abandoned about 150 years ago?
Well, we have been doing that. I mean, the fact that R.V. Wade got kicked down to the state,
right? State issue.
As it should be. I mean,
seriously, here's the argument that
should be state issues.
The only way O.V. Wade would be enforced as it was ruled in 1971,
whenever
was to kick it back to the fucking states because it literally was viability. That was a ruling up to viability. And the second technology keeps lowering viability, you have to restrict abortion because that was the ruling which the feds and everybody was ignoring and going past it. Now that it's back on the state level, the original ruling's actually being enforced. Isn't that insane? And only 3 states in the union, only 3 states banned abortion. It is still perfectly legal in 47 states. A stain upon our people. Because it's vile and evil.
Yeah.
I get fired up about it, man. Pisses me off.
I think Kentucky.
They voted for it. Women voted it in.
Florida, we got it, but before a certain age. I think Indiana outlawed it.
Arkansas.
Yeah, a couple of them did. Mons Venus is the name of a strip club in Tampa, Florida. I've been there, Prime. But that would be, 25 years ago at least.
That's funny. Find some shoes.
Well, let's just hope the stars don't get in the right configuration that Cthulhu rises from out of the sea and everyone goes mad. That's what I'm hoping for. No Cthulhu in 2025. You know.
Well, hasn't everybody gone mad?
I think people are going a little mad, yes. I mean, America has never been more divided. That's a fact.
Oh, it's about as divided as it was in the 19th century.
Yeah, it's about as divided as it was right before 1860. Yeah, it's about like that. You're built different. Nice.
I'm waiting for some of the blue states to implode. Well, not blue states, the blue cities to implode. I'm moderately optimistic about all these reforms I'm seeing proposed, which is just an enaction of actual federalism. And hopefully we don't get stabbed in the back again, or they drag us into World War III.
They already tried, but unfortunately, Mitch McConnell holds no actual power now.
Yeah.
But he was talking all kinds of shit, and then everybody had to remind him that he's no longer Speaker of the House or anything.
Yeah, he's been a master of the backroom deal, selling people out for moneyed interest for a long time. Still does it in Kentucky, by the way.
Yeah. Him and that freaking, I got some bad names for Lindsey Graham.
Yeah. It's treason.
Traitors, if not to the party, to the union.
Yeah. I think you might see people tried for sedition, if not straight up treason. If he enacts the Alien Powers Act of 1778, you're going to see some people shit their pants.
I have heard some people talking about certain generals being court-martialed.
It should be court-martialed. They obstructed and ignored a direct order from the commander-in-chief. Under the UCMJ, they fucked, because they're not going to be tried in a court of law. They're going to be court-martialed under the UCMJ for dereliction of duty, sedition, and treason, which means you don't get an appeal, you get shot.
Yeah, you can be hanged or shot for those things.
Right. Yeah, because there is no appeal process. And anything levied that is capital in UCMJ is executable like immediately. They can just walk you out the door and blow your head off.
Yeah, sedition or treason, 100%. They can do the thing.
Yeah, people forget how. Actually, people don't know how hardcore the UCMJ is.
Well, I've dealt with it a few times, but
we're not talking about Article 14s and Article 15s, man. We're talking serious shit.
Yeah, it was for minor shit. And I mean, you stand in front of the captain. He reads how you're a fuck up and what you're gonna have to do to make it good.
Go to mass and get your ass
saluting and say yes, sir. And that's basically it.
I lived on guard duty for a long time because of stupid shit.
Dude. I mopped the floors at the company headquarters so much. It was like get off of work, go eat dinner, show up at company headquarters.
I had to go.
Freaking bullshit.
I was at Gordon. I was at Gordon and had to do like the midnight guard duty at the bug bunkers where they kept all the chemical weapons. That sucked. Well, give live ammo. You give live ammo. Anybody approaches that does not yield, you shoot them. Do not enter the building. They were bug bunkers, man. They had toxins and chemicals in them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really simple situation. There's no whining, no fuss, no muss. You roll in, they tell you you're a fuckhead.
Yeah. And
then what you got to do, and then you say, yes, sir, and salute. And then you roll out. And that's you can have your Article 15 in like under 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like you walk in and post up in front of the captain and salute. He salutes. Then he'll tell you go to parade rest. You go to parade rest, and then he'll pick the paper up and read what you did and what your punishment is. Yeah. And then he'll say dismissed, and then you salute, and he salutes, and you leave. And that's it. No appeals, no talking. 9 times out of 10, they're not going to ask you what your excuse was. They're just going to read that shit and tell you to get out.
Yeah.
But it's not like it's super embarrassing because, I mean, half the guys in the unit had...
Everybody's a fuck up. Everybody's a fuck up for military.
Yeah, everybody messed up at some point. And I know like 4 dudes in my unit, they went to the beach one time and got super burnt. They drove down to what is it in South Carolina? That beach that's real famous. Starts with
Myrtle? Is it Myrtle?
Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, Myrtle.
They drove down to Myrtle Beach for a weekend and got so burnt that they could barely walk. So when they came back, they went to the medical station all sunburned and shit. So the medical station gave them some cream to put on, and they all got Article 15.
Yeah, damaging
one of them.
Their equipment.
Yeah, because they made a choice that made them unable to
execute your duties. Yeah, I think they're going to kick out all the trannies with a general discharge within the first 90 days.
Oh, don't be mean to Jose. What do you mean, dirty Sanchez? Ew. You understand inter-sphere politics more than U.S. politics? You and me both, man.
It's alien.
Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah, it's a hot mess, man. Maybe we'll get a new golden age, but I think the new Templar peeled guy in charge is going to kick all the trannies out. At least 1995 military preparedness. Anything post that, anything DEI, anything that degrades your combat ability will not be tolerated. That's what's been said. So that means
that's not needs to be.
And 95, I think, is not where we need to be. We need to go back to 1980s level combat viability, not the 90s when the decline fucking started.
I know I was in 89, and even though they weren't supposed to hit you and stuff, they found ways around that.
Yeah, we lost 5 drill sergeants to trainee abuse. I went through 5 DIs for trainee abuse. We had to do grass drills in mock gear. 80% of my damn training platoon, my boot, had heat injuries. I remember doing grass drills with the damn sweat right here in my damn mock gear, getting in my fucking mouth.
Yeah, I used to hate when you get in the mop gear because you got to do some bullshit. And then when you pull your gloves off, you pour out like half a liter of sweat.
Yeah, they were getting us ready for chem warfare. And, dude, we were in mop gear on Black Bulb days. And that's how we started losing drill sergeants. And then I had another guy get his ass beat by a drill sergeant, like bad, real bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, he turned around on the range with the weapon in his hand, and that was it. He just jumped him and fucking jeez.
I mean, you don't do that. I mean,
granted, I'm glad to see that guy leave our training battalion. The guy he whooped because he was fucking fuck up, was going to get somebody killed.
Right.
If the drill sergeant hadn't beat him up, we probably would have beat him to death in the fucking shower or something, to be honest.
Yeah. So
he was dangerous.
Honestly, the drill was doing him a favor. Dean asks an actual game-related question. When I play AD&D or OSC, do I use dungeon turns? Yes, I do. A group can move about 100 feet every 10 minutes, assuming that they're checking the floors and everywhere, and they're on guard versus ambushes and all that kind of stuff.
I do round-by-round movement.
If they want to run down the hall, then they can move 90 feet in a round. But otherwise, it takes them a full 10 minutes to do that 100 feet.
I do the regular movement by round. So the slowest member of the party, so they're moving like 20 feet. Although this last session, they wanted to do double moves. So they were moving 40 feet around exploration, taking their time.
Right. Yeah, I use, as a matter of fact, I downloaded, Dean, the OSC has free downloads so you can keep track of dungeon time and shit like that. And I use them, you know.
One of my favorites.
Like when we played the One Ring, I downloaded the journey sheet and I used it. Like when the players had to roll a travel check and then they had to see what happened and I
still use this.
Whatever.
Damn it, this ain't.
Oh, now you vanished. Yeah.
I still use the old Labyrinth Lord time tracker sheet with the rounds and turn boxes.
Yeah, that's basically the same thing. Yeah.
I like it a lot. It's pretty handy because I can skip down and do spell durations in different columns if I have to.
Yeah, Jose, the thing is, like, in America, men insult each other because we're friends.
Yeah. We call it busting your balls.
Yeah, busting your balls a little bit, right?
I think that changes by region, though. I think it might be an Appalachian Southern thing, dude. I don't see.
Oh no, New York
urbanites doing it.
New Yorkers are.
I don't see Flatlanders or urbanites doing it as much. Maybe the mid.
But so if some guy starts talking a little shit to you, 90% of the time, if it's an American, it means he likes me.
Yeah, you're getting hazed.
Like
you're getting hazed into the brotherhood.
Yeah, there you go.
The guys who don't ever speak to you or joke with you, they don't fucking like you.
Yeah, if you're hanging out with a group of guys and there's that one guy who's always quiet with you and says like the bare minimum, like, yeah, how you doing? I'm cool, whatever. That guy does not like you. Yeah. He's there because he's friends with all the other dudes.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out why you're there.
Right?
Cold-hearted.
But if you roll up and the guy's like, "What's up, you fag?" That dude likes you, man. He thinks you're bros. He's the kind of guy that might jump in a bar fight on your side.
Yeah.
The quiet guy, he's going to watch you get your ass whipped and be like, well.
Maybe. Some people are just quiet. You have that one guy that just doesn't talk.
Should have known better. Whatever.
And my wife's been getting on me for being inappropriate with my future son-in-law because I say shit like that all the time. I'm like, what you doing, fat ass?
Right? And it's like.
Is my daughter pegging you yet?
Oh, man. Man, that's going a little far.
Yeah, he's in charge. She's in charge, and sometimes he says some inappropriate shit to me, and then I'll just turn it up a notch, and then he's like, "Oh, I forgot who I was talking to." He'll burn me. It'll get ugly. He calls me Big Daddy Dan.
See, I don't know anything about that because I love my son-in-law, and I actually have a shirt that says "My favorite child is my son-in-law."
I got 3 good son-in-laws. Well, 2 son-in-laws that are decent, and then 1 future son-in-law, and then my youngest daughter's baby daddy. I could drown him in a pool and not lose an ounce of sleep. Hey. He's one of those white trash guys who embraces white trash culture. I want to be a piece of shit. I'm like, what? Yeet, yeet. I mean, you need to stop. That's what I tell him. You need to stop. So. Yeet says stupid shit like that. I'm like, okay. He doesn't come to the house anymore. I had to talk with him. He hasn't been back.
He's trying to be Tekashi 6ix9ine or one of the Island Boys or some shit.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. He's all kinds of special retard. Oh my god.
Dude, I hate it. Absolutely hate it when a Snow White dude wants to try and be like a brother.
A ghetto.
And it's like, man, we all know where you grew up.
There's a whole Southern rap thing now, and I despise it. Some of the music I thought was cool, and now I'm kind of like I despise it because I see it's doing the same thing that urban rap did to our Southern blacks, right? That suddenly we were all just Southern men, and now they have this ghetto mentality that belongs somewhere. Music just rotting their brains, I guess. I don't understand it. It used to be we were just dudes. Now it's like, who are you fucking people?
Yeah. Used to, we all worked in gold mines, or we all were out there cutting firewood together, and no one gave a shit about whatever. We all went to the same church. No one gave a shit. And then all of a sudden, But I do listen to some country rap type guys, but it's like Adam Calhoun.
I like him. He's from Detroit, of all places.
The shit he sings about is like patriotic and, getting your shit together and stuff like that. Yeah, American culture. First off, Jose, I don't know how it is I think you said Brazil, but in America, we have like 12 cultures.
Yeah,
and right now, you have 2 guys that just happen to be from Kentucky, Appalachia part of Kentucky, because flat Kentucky might as well be Indiana.
Louisville is a Midwest city in a southern state.
Right. We have Appalachia has its own culture and its own slang, language, ways of doing things, food we eat. But then you've got the Midwest, totally different. You've got New England, totally different. You've got California, totally different. You've got like the southern desert states, totally different. Then you've got the deep South.
Yeah, South,
like Alabama, Mississippi, that's totally different.
And then you got some weird sections of the South that are kind of
unique. And then New Orleans and parts of Louisiana, that is its own shit.
Cajun country.
Literally a different language there.
Cajun country.
Yeah, when you get in the Cajun
Kentucky up probably 5.
Arcadian, they're speaking Arcadian frickin' French combined with God only Creole, which is African.
The 5 cultural regions.
Every state is its own thing, but then some areas are the same. Like if you're in North Georgia or if you're in southern Pennsylvania and you live in coal country in the mountains, there's going to be similarities there. That's Appalachia.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of similarity, a lot of cultural things that are. I mean, no one is exactly like Kentucky because we're just fucking.
There's a new Appalachian Party, right? There's a new political party called the Appalachian Party. It's
I did not know that.
You should check it out. It's interesting. It's a little red for me, but it is definitely wanting to make a state of Appalachia. And it's neither far right, neither far left. And it hits upon a lot of the stuff we talk about, like not allowing our resources to be plundered and sent elsewhere, that all the resources of our region should be enriching the people of our region. So it's national. It's a successionist movement, more or less, but it's also a regional thing where it's like, we need to stand up for our people of our mountains.
Well, I mean, Northern California has been trying to get the state of Jefferson thing.
Yeah. Some of these larger states need chopped up. They're dominated by city states anyway. They're not sovereign states. They're sovereign city states dominated by urbanite metro areas that dictate everything.
Yeah, everything in California is dictated by LA.
Yeah. And San Diego.
LA goes, that's how it's going to go, which means all of the people who live in Northern California, north of Sacramento, I think it is, they're screwed because those dudes up there are mostly red, super red, conservative, whatever, but their votes don't count because LA.
It's spread. Did you see the map by county for California this last election? Yeah. The red spread quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, California 20 years ago was a red state.
I know. Reagan destroyed it.
And Florida 20 years ago was a purple state.
Right.
We had Democratic governors and all that. And so now Florida has become like the reddest of red states.
Because the people who lived there longer became more conservative, and everyone who was displaced from shithole North England were center right. So it tilted everything to the right. And the Cuban population exploded, and they're hard conservative.
Yeah, Cubans, man. You go to a Cuban and start talking to a Cubano guy in Miami about how you want to do socialism. Those old Cubanos do not deal with the socialist shit.
Yeah.
As soon as you mention socialism, they're like, leave.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you're better.
Executed my father. You're talking to someone who experienced a revolution. Their father was dispossessed, or the grandfather was literally shot for being a shopkeeper or a farmer.
And they do not like leftist politics. They're like so. And then on top of the cultures, Jose, you have the ethnicities, which exists within the cultures, which are part of the culture but different. So you can be in Appalachia, and if it's a white area, they'll do things slightly different than would a black area within Appalachia, even though they share the Appalachian overall culture.
That division didn't really exist till the 1960s when they came up with the term Black election.
Yeah.
Right? And that was influence like Robert Kennedy and then breaking mounting pride and dividing, but we never looked at each other as white, black. It was because when you're in a coal mine, everybody's coal black. Okay, let's just be honest. You get in a coal mine, everybody's black.
That was a joke my grandpa said. He had a friend named Eli, and when they would come out of the coal mine, there was a trough of running water, and he'd wash his face, and his friend Eli would always look at him, and my grandfather's name was Leslie.
Yeah.
And he'd always say, "Leslie, is my face clean?" And my grandpa would always say, "Eli, how the hell could I ever tell? You're black as shit." And Eli would laugh. And it was kind of like, so they were friends. Now, my grandma was kind of racist. I'm not going to lie. She was a little bit racist. But my grandpa, her husband, not a racist bone in his body. He worked in the coal mines with the black guys.
Yeah.
And
I just acknowledge the fact that different races and ethnicities have different views and other things. It's like,
well, we would never eat chitlins.
It is what it is.
We never would eat chitlins. They eat chitlins. We all eat collard greens though.
Yes,
and anyone who talks shit about fried potato is an idiot. Because we love fried potatoes and we love fried chicken and we all like watermelon too.
I haven't met anybody who doesn't like fried chicken. It's just weird to me.
Yeah, so saying that's a black thing, have you ever met anyone who didn't like good fried chicken?
That's just weird.
Nobody. Like,
it's common to every culture. You know that every culture on the planet has a version of fried chicken.
The only people who would say they don't like fried chicken would be these overly freaking pampered white liberal vegan women. That's it. And who cares what they think? And you know what else? We all eat beans. Every damn one of us eats beans. In Ohio, they like their white beans. Beans. In my part of Kentucky, there's pinto beans or nothing. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Soup bean. Good soup
bean. That's just what it is. And it's just like everywhere you go, there's a bean dish. We all eat beans. And in the South, it's beans and rice.
Yeah, red beans.
In Appalachia, where I'm from, it's beans and fried potatoes and greens.
Yeah.
That was the trifecta of dinner almost every night. Soup, beans, fried taters, some kind of green, whether it was mustard, turnip, collard, whatever it was. And then if we were lucky, some pork or chicken.
Yeah, mainly chicken.
Yeah, mainly some chicken, or maybe they threw a little bit of pork belly into the beans so that you could get that good.
We always used fat back growing up. Now I'm a big pork belly guy. As I gotten older, I go crazy for pork belly.
Yeah.
But growing up, we always used
race matters not. Subcultures are more geographical than ethnical. Well, I mean, Brazil, you guys are all kind of the Spaniards and the natives and whoever else all just kind of mingled. I mean, it's hot. You guys had nothing better to do than have kids. So, I mean, I will admit it worked out really well.
Brazil, right? It stayed separate till like the last 30 years.
Right. They have generated some incredibly attractive ladies down there with all that mixing. They've made some pretty attractive ladies, right?
I think the Portuguese, like the Spaniards, are a little pervy in their explorations of other cultures.
Papaya is a female part to the south. That's weird because up here papaya is a fruit, and green papaya is a lot of times used as a meat tenderizer. You can take green papaya and like kind of grind it like into a little bit of a paste and rub it on meat and let it sit, and the acids from the papaya will make the meat much more tender when you cook it. And concha is a type of pastry that you can get in a Puerto Rican pastry store. And it looks it's like a giant thing, and it's all like, looks like a shell out of the ocean, and it's got sugar on it. I mean, we got a lot of like Puerto Rican bakeries in Orlando. Like you go in those places and there's like 100 types of pastry. Like shit you never even heard of. You know, like rolls filled with sweet jam and just, I mean, Crazy ass shit. Que difícil hablar el español. Yeah, the only Espanol I know is like Donde es Dolores, Corazon. Basically talking to abuelas about whether or not they're having a heart attack. Yeah, you can get guava paste in every supermarket where I live, and a lot of people, just eat it. It comes in like a block. And I know that my wife occasionally will buy me a sugar-free guava Monster Energy drink, and I like them. They're great. Papaya is a weird tasting fruit, no doubt. Yeah, it's sweet, but yeah. Well, it's kind of like pineapple. While you're eating a pineapple, it's eating you.
Yeah.
Because, it's got so much acid in it, it's literally dissolving your flesh while you're eating it. So it's like, okay,
Yeah.
Argentine. Yeah, I forget which one of you guys in South America, some of you speak Spanish and some of you speak Portuguese.
Brazil speaks Portuguese. The rest of them speak Spanish, more or less.
Okay. And then some Argentinians speak German. As well as Spanish. And there's a whole town in Mexico that every year celebrates the anniversary of the Confederacy. Because
in Brazil. That's in Brazil. There's Confederate enclaves. They speak they speak Portuguese with a heavy Southern accent.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like they celebrate the Confederacy. They break out the gray uniforms and the stars and bars.
They don't celebrate Halloween, though.
I don't celebrate Halloween, so.
They don't celebrate because it became popular in America after they'd already left.
Yeah, well, I don't celebrate it
in places like the capital in Sao Paulo because it came later. I love the Halloween. But I'm very much into my Celtic roots.
Well, the Celts are a wonderful people, obviously, but I don't do Halloween. I do All Saints Day.
Mm-hmm. My anniversary is Halloween.
So, and basically what that means is I don't go in for all of the commercialized bullshit.
Right. We're just morbid people. I guess you would call us a gothabilly and a closet.
I was a goth for a long time.
Gothabilly. I've always been a hillbilly. I'm so proud. You know what my granddaughter asked me for yesterday for Christmas?
What?
Cramps album. She wants the Goo Goo Milk on the album. I was like, yeah, she's like 10.
Prince is pretty awesome, but some of those songs might be a bit much for a 10-year-old.
Psychedelic Jungle and Bad Music for Bad People are probably their tamest albums when it comes to sexual overtones. It's a lot of the rockabilly covers, and she wants the one with the Goo Goo Milk on it, which would be, I'm getting the one that's Psychedelic Jungle, 1981 release, because A, it's easier to find than Bad Music from Bad People, and B, Goo Goo Milk's the second thing on there, Rockin' Bones and some Hazel Atkins covers. So it's more of a psychobilly band instead of their pervy shit from the late 80s, 86 forward. They started putting songs like Can Your Pussy Do the Dog and stuff, was like in 86.
Yeah.
Or Bikini Girls with Machine Guns and stuff like that. That might be a huge cramp.
Also empanada elsewhere. I love empanadas, but in Russia, we don't call them empanadas. We call them pirachki.
Yeah. Dude, I got bounced.
Basically, empanadas. You take bread and you roll it out and you fill it with whatever you got. Usually it's a savory thing, but you can put fruit in them. Yeah. And then you fold it over and you crimp it down and then you bake it. Sometimes you put butter on top and you bake it. Mm-hmm. And then you bake them up in 12 at a time, and then you eat them. Like empanadas, a lot of times they fry. Pirachki, we bake.
Yeah. Hey, James, I'm out. I got to get grandkid up from school. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, go get the grandkid. Thanks for dropping in, bro. Well, yeah, yeah. In America, I think most of the Spanish, the majority of Americans speak is either Mexican or Puerto Rican. Now, when you go to Miami, if you go into Little Havana, then it's going to be Cubano. But and Puerto Ricans, they speak so fast. It's like, the hell are you saying? And the Mexicans, they tend to speak a lot more proper Spanish. So, yeah. I mean, one of my engineers was from Puerto Rico, but every time he'd say he was from Puerto Rico, I'd always pretend to be surprised. I'd always be like, "You're from Puerto Rico?" And he'd like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Damn, I thought you were from Mexico." He'd be like, "I'm not from Mexico. What's wrong with you?" And then I'd just laugh because, that's how you do with your bros. Again, Jose, some people might be insulted by that, but we were bros. We worked at the same station. He drove the truck. I did the things, we relied on each other to save each other's lives. So I would F with him nonstop about him being a Mexican. And he would just be like, "Shut up, you know better." And I'd be like, "Yeah." Of course, they named me the Wizard when they found out I played D&D. And that become my nickname. I'd walk into the station, they'd be like, "What's up, Wizard? You kill any goblins today?" And I'd just be like, "Whatever." Best viewers on stream, nah. Not really interested in all that. What else is there to talk with James about this otherwise boring afternoon? Whatever you want. Whatever you want. Do not worry, I will not be offended here ever. Yeah, because we talk to each other kind of like buddies around here, and we say stuff that the kind of stuff you say around your friends, and some people could take it. If you're looking to be offended, this is the right channel for you, because you will find a reason to be offended eventually. It's guaranteed. But if you're looking to hang out and talk gaming and everything else under the sun, this is the great channel for you. Yeah, my beard grows really fast. And you want to know what's weird about that, George? I couldn't grow a beard until my mid-20s, which is another reason for the longest time I thought I was like a huge portion Indian, because I could not grow facial hair. And then at some point in my late 20s, some gene kicked off in my brain, and it was like, boom, But if I showed you like my chest and stuff, I am hairless. Like, look at my arms. And I don't shave or anything. I just don't grow body hair. But then when I got into my late 20s, this shit right here was just like, so, and the hair on my head will grow really quick too. Even though I buzzed it down the other day, and man, it feels so good. It grows fast. I don't know if maybe I eat a lot of vitamins or something in my diet, but yeah. I have I have a love for humanity, Prime. Like all humanity, And even though, like you said, I can go off and be very combative with people if I feel like they're being assholes at me. You get what you get, But I'm also very loyal, very generous, and I've got a big heart. I just sometimes, if somebody's being intellectually dishonest or actively being an asshole, I will call them out on it and be like, "What are you, stupid?" But Jose Pablo has been like, he's been around off and on for like years. You are insulting me, Freebirth? Well, we'll see who's when I put whatever mech you're piloting into the dirt, then we'll talk about the Freebirth bullshit. Hey, thanks for dropping in off grid. Hopefully no polar bears eat you. Surat, right? You got to call the batch all. I choose a 55-ton Griffin. So what are you going to fight me with? The Griffin is my absolute favorite mech. And yes, I know it's not the best mech ever, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit. It looks cool. And so it's my favorite mech because it looks cool. And I have learned over 30 plus years how to pilot one effectively because, Vindicator is a good mech. Yeah. Probably a better mech than a Griffin. But like I said, there's something about the bubble canopy and the PPC and the LRM. I mean, just like it, you know? And it's fast enough to stay away from anything you need to stay away from. You know what I mean? If something big's coming at you, you can get away. I mean, you got 5 jump. So between your 8 run and your 5 jump, you should be able to get away from anything that you can't handle. And you might be able to get the jump on some shit that would be an easy kill. But honestly, your best move is to kind of hang out on the edge of the battlefield and just pepper whatever you got the best shot of hitting with your PPC and LRM, you know, and hopefully they'll be more concerned with the Orion and the Thunderbolt running down their throat that they won't pay attention to that Griffin. And man, every time you hit, that's 10 damage, which for a lot of things. Freebirth, yeah, Freebirth is what clan pilots call people who were not cloned, basically, because they're all like cloned, genetically made, you know, bred, and you know, and there's like 3 versions of them. You've got mech pilots, then you've got aerospace pilots, and then you've got elementals. And the elementals, even when they're not in their suits, they're like 8 or 9 feet tall, super muscular. The women look like men. And the other thing is clan people don't have marriages or relationships. They're like incredibly super promiscuous and typically have what they call like pods, which is like a group of 6+ clan people who all just have sex with each other all the time. But they don't get pregnant, you know. Yeah, that's pretty much. Elementals are like gigantic linebackers. Aerospace fighters have big heads and little everything else's. And mech pilots are the ones that look the most human. So clan women look like Netflix women? No, because remember, Natasha Kerensky was a clan woman. And if you've ever seen the original cover of the Black Widow Company, I see that. Nice. My wife just pulled a couple of steaks out of the freezer. If you ever seen the original cover of the Black Widow Company, that chick was hot, like super hot. Super hot. She was smoking ass hot, but she's a mech pilot. And also she earned a last name, which means she went through a trial and whipped a shit ton of people's asses to earn the Kerensky name. Because your average clan member only has a first name. If you want a last name, you got to earn it. And they have only a small selection to choose from. And Kerensky is like the biggest one. So, yeah. And then you have basically the second class citizens, like the engineers and everyone like that, you know. Fed Sons is the best house. You know, that's fighting words, Mad Cat. And you named yourself Mad Cat, so I would have thought you would have been a clan guy. Yes, Natasha Kerensky on the original cover looked like a female rock star, like Pat Benatar or something, and she was wearing a coolant vest with nothing underneath. So you didn't get to see the nips, but you could see everything else of the boobas. But then when they remade the book, they put a t-shirt on her because I guess boobas are, forbidden in Valtech now. But yeah, she was smoking hot, The other day I listened to you mentioning subject of occult meaning of crossroads. Oh yeah. And you got me thinking of some haunting personal experiences camping near crossroads in rural Oregon. Oh man, first off, rural Oregon. That's close to Appalachia weird. And secondly, yeah, crossroads out in the wilderness, those are places where the veil between here and there gets really thin. So, be careful about that. You know what? Jade Falcon, they catch a lot of heat just because they come off as I am superior to you freebird scumbags. But the reality is overall they are. That's kind of the issue. They are kind of superior to most of the freebirds they run into. Of course, when they get caught out by Comstar, then it turns into a whole different thing. Yeah, in the 80s, it was awesome. You could play any role-playing game, and all the women in the book would be attractive. And all the men in the book were very handsome men. These were heroes that you expected to want to aspire to. I mean, the new book, out of all of the Double D did a video on this, so I'm going to probably F it up, but there are only 11 pictures featuring a normal looking white dude in the whole book. Every other picture is like an obese black lady or some ethnically ambiguous person missing an arm. There's a picture of like an elf that has scars where they'd had obvious top surgery. And it's like, to quote another person that I watched on YouTube, in a world where you can magically summon meteorites out of the sky and shit like this, no one come up with a spell? Isn't there a spell where you can just change your gender? I mean, there's that belt. You put the belt on, you're no longer a male, you're a female, or vice versa, right? So why would in a fantasy world top surgery scars be a thing? It doesn't. We're going back to the wheelchair. It makes no sense. Shouldn't be there. This is a magical world where basically anything could be possible. Yeah. And it's like, that's the way they do. And the thing is, Double D pointed this out multiple times better than anyone else. They keep thinking that the people who buy their books aren't the people who buy their books. 90% of the people buying, 90% of the people buying D&D stuff are white dudes. Like 90%. But we are treated like we're the 10%. James is my denomination affiliated with the New Martyrs of the Russian. I'm Rokor. I don't know if I've ever heard of the New Martyrs. My church is St. Sophia. It's just a standard Rokor church, and it does mass in 3 languages, Spanish, Russian, and English, because we have congregants who speak those 3 languages. And according to the Orthodox faith, you give mass in the language of the people. So if you have people in your church that can only speak Spanish, you have to find a way to be, you have to find a priest that speaks Spanish. to give mass. So, you know, you can show up for your language mass, or you can show up and go through all three of them if you want. I mean, you know, it's all good. And then if you hang out after mass, you can donate $5 and eat some pierogi or something, you know, some blend or whatever, because that's a typical thing. And just kind of hang out and talk to the priest about whatever you want to in a very casual sort of way. And then you just go home, you know? I mean, okay, what's everyone's favorite mech? I already said I almost said Jaguar. Griffin. The Griffin is my favorite mech. I'm partial to the standard invariant, but I also like the Merrick specific version, which ditches the PPC for a large laser and upgrades the LRM-10 to an LRM-15, and then adds armor and heat sinks with the surplus tonnage. But I'd play either. I like either. So yeah, either is good. My second favorite mech in the game is going to be the Thunderbolt, because I don't know why people don't understand that the Thunderbolt is the most badass 65-ton thing in the game. I mean, for 65 tons, the Thunderbolt is like next to impossible to kill, and it is dangerous at all ranges. No matter where you are in relation to it, it can hit you. Growing up, my Greek Orthodox priest had a thick Louisiana accent. His English was difficult to understand yeah. I mean, you know, it's all right. It's all what it is. I'd have to look up the martyrs of the whatever. I mean, I don't know. No one's ever asked me if I'm like part of them. So I think that means I'm obviously not part of them, because I've never been invited. Should I be like upset about that? The New Martyrs celebrate the Feast of the New Martyrs and Confessors of Russia on Sunday nearest January 5, the date the Metropolitan Vladimir of Kiev's martyrdom. Okay. Under Bolshevik rule. Okay. So far, I'm not seeing anything that would make me think, you know, there's anything wrong with them. Yeah, they're just a group that does that. I mean, okay, that's a tradition they do. I can honestly say I've never done it, but I'm not opposed. Well, I mean, I didn't think you were, but there are certain groups that are kind of that like sometimes I wear that shirt that has the skulls with the knives, and in Greek it says orthodoxy or death, and in Russian it says orthodoxy or death, right? Well, some bishops have kind of said that that's not good, don't wear it. And other bishops have said, nah, it's fine, whatever, you know. So I was just wondering if the New Martyrs was like that, because the bishops that are more into like peace and understanding and stuff, they don't like that shirt, because that shirt's like hardcore. You know, it's like saying, I will die, you know, Orthodox, no matter what. And they're like, calm down, man. You be humility, you know, you don't got to be so up everybody's face about everything. And it's like, yeah, the Thunderbolt is an amazing mech. And if we're going to ask favorite mechs, we got to ask like by era, because if somebody's going to be like, well, you know, some crazy 20 or 30 75 shit, I mean, I don't even know what you're talking about. So it's like, okay, guys, what is your favorite Succession Wars 3025 to 3027 mech, I will allow Comstar picks because they were there. So if you want to say Highlander or Gallowglass, Lancelot, whatever, I would allow that. Thug, yes, obviously. Those are all allowed. They were in the Succession Wars. So no clan mechs and no later mechs. What's your favorite mech? Wolverine, that's Hungar's one of his favorite mechs. And probably the best of the 55ers from 3025. And I'm talking Wolverine, Shadowhawk, Griffin. I mean, the Wolverine's a straight up brawler. It just gets in your face and it just goes to town. It is like a Wolverine versus a Griffin. The Griffin has to keep away from it because if the Wolverine can close, so Wolf's Dragoons, well, you're just talking about 2C shit. I mean, Kerensky's Warhammer was just an Inner Sphere Warhammer that had clan tech stuck in it. You know what I mean? So you would be saying Warhammer. And I'd be saying, yeah, Warhammers are all right. They can put out a lot of damage. You just got to watch that heat gauge, which is why I like 3025. Because in 3025, during the Succession Wars, when you play the game, there's a lot more tactics to it because you have to worry about heat. Whereas in 3050, 3055 and beyond, you don't have to worry about heat because double heat sinks take that part of the tactical that they destroyed that tactical part of the game. It's like the Marauder. You look at a Marauder from 3025 and a Marauder from 3050, two different animals, right? Because the Marauder from 3050 can fire everything pretty much every round and never have an issue. Comstar, Black Knight, one of the best mechs going, the Black Knight. Even if you have one of the late Black Knights where all of the good Comstar shit had to get replaced by standard Inner Sphere stuff, that's still a beast of a mech. You know, 2 large lasers, shit ton of medium lasers, some small lasers, a PPC. Highlander, great mech. Yeah. If you've got double heat sinks and you're still worried about heat, it means your mech has like 6 ER large lasers on it or something. At which point it's like, really, dude? Really? That's how we're doing? I mean, I thought we were friends. I don't even know if I want to even hang out with you anymore. You know what I mean? Because it's just like, it's too much. But really, other than the double heat sinks and even, I mean, Anderson, what is the difference between the 2C Highlander and just the standard Comstar Highlander? I mean, the Comstar Highlander's got the gauze cannon. It's got some ER lasers on it, I think. It's got all that shit. So, I mean, see, that's the thing. I mean, ER lasers and shit are not unknown during the Succession War because you still got thugs running around with like, that ancient technology from 2750, the Comstar stuff. As a matter of fact, I ran a whole campaign for Mech Warrior 2, 2nd edition, for my group of friends. And the whole campaign was about them finding an ancient Comstar base on a forgotten world, and then recovering a forgotten, hundreds years old thug that still had all of the Comstar equipment on it, so double heat sinks, etc. And then they had to repair it, and that was the prize. The name of the campaign ended up being called the search for black gold, because the thug was called the Black Gold. It was painted black and gold, and it had originally been called the Black Gold, and it was buried in the side of a mountain inside of a big mech hangar. Comstar, or actually the Terran hegemony, whoever it was, had put it there, and then somehow it had been forgotten. And then, you know, Earth had covered the thing, but the legend and plus data chips had always existed, that this thing existed, you know, this treasure. And they spent a lot of time jumping world to world, investigating, talking to people on the street if they'd heard anything. You know, they had to fight other mercenaries who had heard about it and were trying to find it before they did. So there were bar fights that happened. I mean, most of that campaign, the players were not even in their mech. Loser gets the Jaeger mech. Yeah, poor Jaeger mech. I mean, it's like it wanted to be cool, but then it just wasn't. I mean, having all that firepower is great, but you have no armor. So it's like as soon as you take an arm hit, you're basically hosed. Just give it up. You're done. I mean, a 60-something ton mech that's got the armor of a freaking light mech. Get out of here. Yeah. But yeah, I would allow Comstar, just not Clan, for the what's your favorite mech. Yeah, great against VTOLs and aerospace fighters. Well, yeah, and that's what the rifleman's for too. It's a mech that was designed to shoot down aircraft, and then you throw it into battle against something that's designed to kill mechs, like a Demolisher tank or any other heavy mech, and it gets whipped because it doesn't have the heat sinks or the armor to even fire its basic weapon loadout, you know, and not start worrying about heat. At least with the stock Marauder, if you fire one PPC and the AC5 while you're marching forward, you don't got to worry about heat. It's only when you fire both PPCs that you got to start looking at the heat gauge. And the same thing with the Awesome, which is for an assault mech. The name is 100% correct. The Awesome is awesome. Fire 3 PPCs one round, 2 the next. 3, 2, 3, 2. And you'll keep your heat manageable. And 3 PPCs, if you roll good and you hit any mech with 3 PPCs, that is not good. That's a pilot roll to see if the mech gets knocked on its ass, which could injure your pilot and force your pilot to get knocked unconscious, which means the mech's basically done for a while. But not only that, man, I mean, against a light mech or a medium mech, 30 points of damage in one round, that's like half of your armor. Even if it doesn't penetrate, it's still half of your armor. So yeah, you don't want that at all. And I mean, okay, it's slow. It don't have to be fast. It's got the longest ranged weapons in the game in that era. And you know, it's just going to wreck you. There's very few other assault mechs even that really want to deal with an Awesome. You know, maybe an Atlas, but most stuff just do not want to deal with that shit. So Yeah, I'm looking at something real quick. But yeah, man, BattleTech has been like the love that I could never ever leave. You know what I mean? It's like no matter, I might stop playing BattleTech to do something else, but then at some point or another, I'm always going to go back and play BattleTech, you know. Like I got into 40K hardcore. I mean, hardcore. I was playing 40K every week. But then I'm like, BattleTech. Oh, let's look at this for a second. I might have to turn my speaker or put my headphones on because otherwise you'll get a bad echo and it'll suck and you'll be like, you suck. And I'll be like, I'm sorry that I suck. I mean, do we want to dunk on Velgard or not? I mean, it would be too easy really to dunk on Velgard. Like if you've seen any of the previews for it, it's like, what happened? You know, it's like Origins was awesome. You know, you could romance whoever you wanted. The character creator was pretty good. You could be an idiot and play a two-hand fighter like I did, which I apparently is hard mode in that game. You're better off playing a spellcaster, but for some reason, human great sword guy was my deal. But I mean, you could romance the hot goth chick and possibly give birth to the old gods or whatever you did. The whole part where you went into the Underdark to fight the brood mother and shit was just scary. It was scary. It was creepy. The Dark Ones were freaking creepy, you know? And then now it's I'm a non-binary tiefling. What? Like, no one gives a shit. No one cares. Stop it. You know, the race, that dragon looking race, they used to be the bad guys in Dragonbane, weren't they? Like all the good guys were like fighting to keep them from taking over everything. And now they're the main character. And also, you know, from people who've played it, they've said it's more of a you're kind of hanging out and the game is basically telling you a story. So it's more like a movie game because you don't have any control over anything. You, no matter what character you make in the game, you're not the main character. The main character is the non-binary horned tiefling looking person. And you're just kind of there, you know, to watch the main character. And it's like, that's so weird, you know, because in the original one, you could be good, you could be evil, you could anywhere in between. You were the main character. You chose whether you wanted to join the gray, whatever, Watchers, Rangers, whatever the hell they were. You chose whether you want to seduce the blonde-haired dude or the goth chick or whoever. I mean, it was like, you chose whether the blonde-haired dude become the new king or not. You know, it was like you could do anything you wanted in that game. And now in this new one, it's like you might as well not be there. BattleTech Transformers, piloting giant robots. Yeah, that's always been a thing. People love that. The behemoth robots, the ones that stand on 3 bases, they're just like, get out of here. The devs couldn't let the player choose their own path because they might not choose all the. Yeah, exactly, Anderson. Exactly. You know, it's like, and of course, the main writer is a trans female, which means a man pretending to be a woman. So you had to know that it was going to be a self-insert, and 10 hours of them dealing with their trauma. And I'm not down for that. So I'll tell you which games I'm playing. I'm replaying Subnautica just because you know what I like about Subnautica the best is building bases in weird places. I know that rhymed, but that's because I'm a poet and I didn't know it. Yeah, I like to find the most dangerous, deadly, deepest in the ocean, surrounded by ghosts, leviathans, and reapers, and then build a base there. And then build observation domes so that I can stand in the observation domes and look at all the shit that wants me dead. That's kind of a thing I like. And yeah. I mean, I'm not even doing the campaign. I mean, I did talk to the one alien. It gave me a shot and said I was infected. And I was like, okay. And then I went back to gathering materials and building bases all over the damn place. There's a 42% chance the trans character doesn't make it to the end of the game. Wow. I wonder if they did that on purpose because of the context. You know what I mean? Like maybe they were doing that to try and prove a point, but instead of proving a point, it just kind of backfired on them a little bit. You know what I mean? The whole 40% thing. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to show you guys something. I'm going to show you guys something that is the best something ever. And while the something is going on, it will allow me to get up and get water. And you won't be bored because you'll be looking at the something. All right. Is this it? This is it. Let's make sure we make it big. Let's pause it. Let's add it to the preview. Hopefully this don't drive all of you away. Okay, not that. Because this thing I'm getting ready to show you is one of my favorite things in the entire universe. So hopefully you guys will love it as much as I do. Those of you who don't know what it is, I should say. So let's turn the volume up. Hopefully it's not too loud. And then let's go. Yeah, that's good.
Through a veil of blue mist did I first behold an unknown realm.
I can
dreamlike and surreal, as if suffused in amber glow.
And that way I can get up and go get drink of water.
Explore this radiant new world and unearth its ancient mysteries. And so I embarked upon a journey that would take me across a strange and exotic land known as Talislanta.
So wrote the wizard Tamerlane, who was the first to discover the lost land of Talislanta. Here, in his own words, is what he found.
Somewhere in another time and place, on the ancient world of Archaeus, the most notable of land masses is Talislanta. Cartographers divide the continent into over 40 different countries, empires, and territories. Talislanta is home to over 100 different races and cultures, such as the diverse inhabitants of the Seven Kingdoms, the savage tribes of Urag, the peculiar denizens of the Dark Coast region, the icy warriors of the frozen northern wastelands, the Kang, rulers of a mighty empire. And the Iraq, who regard all other creatures as prey. Throughout history, magic and the supernatural have had a great influence on Talislantans. To the Arian, magic is a part of the eternal cycle of life. To the Black Savants, it is a means of understanding the secrets of death. Magic forms the basis for many Talislantan religions, from the arch-conservative tenets of Amon's orthodoxist cult, to cults so strange as to seem nearly incomprehensible to civilized peoples. The Jafir believe that the face mirrors the soul, and wear fetish masks to protect against evil influences, while others prefer talismans of a far different sort. The Torkarans use black magic to return time and time again from the dead, in order to escape punishment for the sins that they committed in their past lives, while Zambrian wizard hunters use magic to track down the latent incarnations of the Torkarans and bring them to justice. For the aspiring naturalist, Talislanta offers the opportunity to study a great variety of colorful and unusual life forms. Some of the indigenous species are remarkably placid, or even amusing. Unfortunately, the Vasp does not fall into this category, nor does the Scavenger Slime, or for that matter, the Alatus. And certainly not the Ghast. Flora and fauna aside, Talislanta has many other attractions to offer. There are quaint inns and taverns, traditional folk dancing, games of skill, games of chance, hunting, boating, riding, and competitive sports. You can explore the historic tombs of Hajanistan, dig for treasure in ancient Khazad, or shop for magic charms and curios. Language is no problem, and major Talislantan currencies are accepted in most locales. So come, travelers, and follow in my footsteps, and set out to explore the strange and exotic land known as Talislanta.
All right. Not Battletech, but I watch that video quite a bit because probably once a week, because I absolutely love Talislanta, and I wish more people loved it as much as I do. Unfortunately, that's just never been a fact. However, for those of you who have never heard of it and you're like, WTF, what is Talislanta? The good news is that they have actually put out a website, and you can download pretty much every edition of the game for free in PDF form. There's even a novel. There's foreign editions, so you can get it in different languages. Say, you know, that might be good for Juan if he like is more comfortable reading things. They might. I don't think they have Brazilian or something, but I mean, they might. I don't know. But for those of you who are like wondering, yeah, there is the link. Let me put it in there. Come on now. Hey, how you doing, Satya? There's the link, right? Now, the editions I have played are first and second. Some people say fourth edition is absolutely the best edition, the most like definitive. But I've never played it because a lot of players get thrown off by Talislanta because they're used to saying, "Hey, I want to play a elf ranger," and you're like, "Okay, elf ranger." Talislanta has 80 plus playable races, so you know, and the classes are a lot more fluid. So it's like, really, I mean, some of them are really kind of like what's it called? Some of them, yes, they're pretty simple. If you play like the Taz or Thrall, I mean, if you play a Thrall, you know what your character's deal is. He's going to be a big burly fighter because they, under no circumstances, can ever learn magic. I got my Pen Oceana Cutter tag. Nice. Well, yeah, Scott, yeah, all of their miniatures are a pain in the ass to put together. They're beautiful, I'll tell you that. What is it? Novus Belli or Corvus Belli for Infinity. Their miniatures are absolutely beautiful, but they are some of the most finicky miniatures you will ever deal with. I mean, for real. They are just finicky. They the contact points are not great, even on the bigger models. So what I ended up doing is using quite a bit of green stuff, because I found if you put glue and a tiny dot of green stuff on the glue and then glue on the other side and you put it together, the green stuff a lot of times will keep the parts together long enough for the glue to set. But yeah, I mean, I have some of the Japanese motorcycles, not easy to put together. And since the figures are what you would call true scale, so they're not big, bulky, Warhammer figures, yeah, they're pain in the ass. Metal miniatures are not that common, but Infinity's still making them. Maybe because, like I said, Infinity miniatures are known for their beauty. They are beautiful miniatures. And maybe they can't get that kind of beauty from plastic. Maybe that's the concern, is if they try to do their, Pan Oceana guys in plastic, then, they won't look right. But I didn't mention this. I should have told you, I've got Ariadne also. So I've got the combat firefighter with the freaking fire axe, and a bunch of Russian soldiers, even though they're Ariadne. So, which is a weird colony where the Russians and the Americans and the French have all allied together to form, an army. So, you can take like French Foreign Legion type guys, you can take like U.S. Rangers, you can take American or a Russian like Spetsnaz. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you want to play a bunch of Russians with AKs, American Rangers creeping around, and French Guardia, they're cool. And one of their main characters is based off of the Matthew McConaughey character from the Dragon movie. When he played, when he shows up at the English fort and he's bald, Matthew McConaughey gets out there and he's like, I'm so and so, 5th Kentucky Infantry. And they're all like, what? And he's like, I didn't even know that was Matthew McConaughey the first time I watched that damn movie, because he does not look like Matthew McConaughey. Yeah, Rain of Fire. The first time I watched the movie, I had no idea that was Matthew McConaughey. Bolt Action Mini started out metal, but now you can get pretty much anything you want in plastic. Like, yeah, it's like Bolt Action vehicles started out as resin cast, and now you can get them all in plastic model kits. The finish are cool. Yeah, they're good. They're good. They're a very small, very elite army, but you are allowed to use a KV2, I believe, with them because it's captured. And I guess there's actually pictures of a captured, finished KV2 with the blue swastika, but the swastika is going the other way than the German one, because the blue on white swastika has been part of the Finnish coat of arms since like 1600 something. They still use it, I think, on their airplanes. So, but yeah, you can use a lot of Russian tanks and stuff like that. And you can also get like a German Stug. Which edition of Tauslanta is better? That's what I'm saying. First and second are identical, basically. I've been told fourth is the best, but I've never played fourth, so I can't say. I am waiting, because I've got the email in, for 6th edition, which I backed at the king level. So I'm going to get like everything that was part of that Kickstarter. And that was like, I think I paid for that like a year and a half ago. And they finally sent me the PDFs, which I have all the PDFs now, and the STLs for the miniatures, if you want to make miniatures. And the update that the books are in America right now, getting shipped out from California. So hopefully within the next couple weeks, you'll see me doing a review of Tauslanta 6th edition, called the Epic Edition, and also the Final Edition, because the guy who wrote it is the same guy who created Tauslanta, and I guess he feels like he's getting old and he might die, so he's made the Final Edition, Don't accept PayPal. Maybe they're mad at PayPal because PayPal was shady with the Canadian truckers. Now, in my experience, every version of Tauslanta is mechanically the same. Characters don't really have attributes like D&D. They have bonuses and minuses, and plus like 10 attributes, right? And what it is you add your bonuses or penalties to a die 20 roll, and you compare it to a chart, and the chart tells you how bad you failed or how bad you succeeded, and it's incremental. So you can critically succeed or critically fail, or minor failure, or minor hit, partial success. Like a partial success in combat means you do half damage. And in that game, armor absorbs damage. It doesn't make you harder to hit. Armor absorbs damage. But a character acting defensively, you make an opposed roll against them. And if they get a better level of success than you do, then they block your blow. So, yeah. And that's basically the whole game. There's pretty much 4 classes in the game, and most of the races can be any one of those 4 classes. And the easiest way to describe it is there's the fighter here and the mage here. And then right here, this is the mage fighter, which means mostly a mage, but can do fighter stuff. And this right here would be the fighter mage. Same thing. You're mostly a warrior, but you have access to some minor magic. And it's more expensive to raise your magical skills than your fighter skills, right? That's the classes, right? If you want to play a thief, you can play any class and just sink points into thief skills. And, if you want to be sneaky or whatever, just, sink points into those skills and you'll be that thing. Plus, some things automatically come with thief skills, like the rat folk, which I think are called the Farron, if I remember correctly. They're automatically just really good at being thieves. They just suck at combat. They get like shitty hit points. They're not good at fighting. Deathcore Krieg already got the plastic line. I hope they're getting another plastic line, because on Amazon, some idiot was trying to sell a 10-man box of Deathcore Krieg Commandos for like $190. And that was a $39 kit when I bought all of mine, which I bought 12 boxes. And I still have 3 that aren't even open. They're still in shrink wrap. And I built a Deathcore Krieg army out of them, because the difference between Deathcore Krieg and Commandos is just equip all your Deathcore Krieg with a las rifle and a bayonet and a backpack, and that's it. That's an infantryman. You're done. Give one of them a special weapon or something. Did you mention 6th edition? Yes. 6th edition is called the Ultimate Edition. Hopefully people will be able to buy it, the ones that didn't get to Kickstarter it. But reading the PDFs, it's really no different than any other edition. Yeah, I bought 2 Kill Team boxes, and then when the Deathcore Krieg came out, I bought 12 or 13 boxes of them. Well, actually, my wife bought me some of those boxes. So I ended up having 150 of them, but I left at least 30 of them or 40 of them in the box. And they're out in the garage right now on the shelf. Now, if they start releasing, like Deathcore Krieg heavy weapons teams and stuff, that would be really cool, because I actually just modified Deathcore Krieg guys from the Commando set to be gunners. Like the guys that are kneeling, I have them next to the las cannons. Like one guy's kneeling behind it and the other guy's. And I just put the weapon arms from Cadians on the Deathcore Krieg body, because it's just an armored plate there, and then the grips that go to the heavy weapon. And once you paint it, looks beautiful, man. So I used the Deathcore Krieg Commandos and the Cadian heavy weapon guys, which I had shit tons of, to make my heavy weapons teams. And the reason I had shit tons of Cadians is because they used to sell a box set that came with a couple of Cadian heavy weapons, a 10-man Cadian squad, a commissar, and a Lehman Russ tank. And that box set cost $10 more than a Lehman Russ tank. And I wanted 10 Lehman Russ tanks. So instead of buying the Lehman Russ tank, I bought like 8 of those box sets, which means, yes, I've got 8 of the plastic commissars, 80 guardsmen, and however many heavy weapons teams, all still on the sprue. The only thing I built out of the box was the tank itself, And then 2 of the tanks, I bought the special tanks so that I could have the Leman Russ Demolisher one and the Leman Russ with the anti-tank las gun, the Vanquisher, I think it's called. Yeah, I ended up buying like 8 or 9 of that. Start collecting, not all at once, obviously. Like I bought 1 per month. Like every time I got the paycheck where all the bills were paid and everything was good, and I had the little bit of money, I went and bought that box set. And then I spent the month building the Leman Russ tank and painting it and, magnetizing all the weapons and all that. And then I just did that over the course of a year, and I just kept throwing all the Cadian shit in a box. When I decided to make the Death Korps Krieg Army, I found the box where the Cadians were, and I took out all the heavy weapons and all of the arms that are fixed to the heavy weapons and put them on my Krieg guys. So I've actually got Krieg guys with missile launchers. And you cannot tell. You cannot tell because the arms are basically the same. The only difference is the Krieg coat has like a cuff and the Cadian coat doesn't. But I mean, who gives a shit? If somebody's going to look that close and be like, hey, did you mod these? I'll be like, yeah, I modded them. They're modded. I combined multiple freaking sets to make a Death Korps Krieg infantry army with 100 Kriegsmen, counting all the heavy weapons teams and the officers and all that. Plus a commissar per squad. And if I want to, I can drop 1 platoon and then just make it an Iron Fist army where it's like 6 squads of Kriegsmen with commissars all mounted in Chimeras. And I have the Chimeras to do it. So, yeah. I currently, as we speak, not counting the Cadians because I've never actually put any of them together because I don't like them. I have a Death Korps Krieg Army that could go up to like, 4,000 points. I've got a Steel Legion Army, and they're all metal, which sucks, except for the ones I 3D printed, because someone made excellent 3D printable Steel Legion guys with the special weapons that they never made. So instead of always having to take a plasma gun or a grenade launcher, now once they're painted up, you can't tell they're not whatever. I've got a melt-a-gun and I've got a flamer, and I'm a big fan of flamers. With my guardsmen. Because you don't got to roll to hit. Is the guard good in OPR? Yes. Yeah. Everything's good in OPR, and it's simple. And it's just like, you build your army online and print it out if you got a printer, and then you just play the game, and you don't worry about shit. Like I've got a 3D printed troop carrier that I got the STL for. I don't know where exactly I put it. It's up there somewhere. And it is way better in every way to the Chimera. It just looks so much better. So if you play one-page rules, you can use whatever you want. You ain't got to worry about it. Wonder if there's a Stargate tabletop war game. I do know that you can. There are STLs for all the Stargate BS. You have a few Age of Fantasy armies. Same here. Dark Elves. Now, Dark Elves I can show you because for some reason I've got like 5,000 plus points of Dark Elves painted and ready to go. And for some reason, I just never put this one up. It's just on the shelf there. But this is a unit of Dark Elves with repeating crossbows. See if I can get the focus in. Yeah, there you go. And I think they're called something else now, like Dread something or Dark something. But hey, I started playing Dark Elves in 2nd edition, and these were just called Dark Elves with repeating crossbows. Now, you can pay the extra points to give them shields if you want, but I only did 1 unit that way, and I'm not sure. And then in 1-page rules, you just use these guys as Dark Elves, you know? No problem. Easy peasy. In Age of Fantasy, by 1-page rules. Yeah, it's Dark Elves. Okay. I've got Wood Elf army. I've got enough High Elves to build an army, but it probably wouldn't be really good. It's like all Phoenix Guard and Cavalry. I've got Chaos Dwarf army that would crush face. And it's full of hobgoblins and chaos dwarves and chaos dwarves with blunderbusses and chaos dwarves with 2-handed weapons and chaos dwarf sorcerers and a chaos dwarf riding a Lamia. I mean, yeah, I got the chaos dwarf shit. And my chaos dwarves are the ones that have the big, like, the big hats and the wavy beards, like the Mesopotamian looking beard. Yes, I have seen their miniatures line. I'm actually a Patreon of 1-page rules, which means once a month or so, sometimes more, they send me STLs for just free miniatures. Like they sent me the STLs to print out like a lizard man army. You know, it had like everything. It had little lizard men and big lizard men and a giant toad kind of floating around. I mean, it had all the shit, you know. So, or maybe that was the reward for becoming a member of their. If on My Mini Factory, you can become like a Patreon member or a tribe member of certain creators, and then they just send you. It's not free because you're paying for it, but you get some things just automatically. And then you get like a huge discount on STLs for everything else. And then if you don't own a printer, I have a Saturn, a pair of them, and you don't want to deal with the toxic resin or whatever, you can just go on Etsy and find people who will print you up, you know, 10-man squads for usually cheaper than it would be to buy them. FDM printers keep getting better and better and better. And I would love to have one of the big FDM printers so I could just print out like houses and towers and like terrain, you know, all the crazy ass shit. Because my build plate is simply not big enough. And the cost in resin is exorbitant because the resin I use generally costs around $30 a bottle. So to print one terrain piece, even if I hollowed it out, that's like half a bottle for one terrain piece. And that's just, you know, that half a liter, I could print out 100 Vikings or 100 Russians or something. You know what I mean? So the terrain you see here, like this, roof for the Russian village that I made. That's FDM. This is the roof for the Lord of the town's house, and it's FDM printed. And once you get it painted up and everything, you can't tell. These, which are 2-part, these borrow mounds, FDM printed. But you see how smooth they are? And these have roofs. Let's see if I can find the roof. Okay, here's one. This half moon one, you see? You can tell there's something going on there, right? And it has a roof that actually will lock into place because it has pegs. So you can put it on the table. And I put the flock on it, of course, and painted it. But imagine you're playing D&D or the One Ring or whatever your favorite fantasy role-playing game is, and you put a couple of these down in like a circle on the table, you know, and you're like, you wander into this area like the Barrow Mounds in Lord of the Rings. And then it's like, what are the players going to do? I mean, do they run away? Do they go into the Barrow Mounds? What's in the Barrow Mounds? Because you can have the figures aside, and then if they go in a Barrow Mound, you can just take the lid off and put the whites or whatever lives in there down on the inside, and then it can turn into a whole, oh shit, you know, whites, because nobody likes to fight with whites in any game. Even in games where they don't drain levels, people still don't want to fight whites. So, yeah, your neighbor has one. Nice, nice. But a lot of these things you can get on Etsy for like $10 for like a pack. You know, you just got to shop around because there are people who own printer farms and they're on Etsy, and you might have multiple creators making the same thing, so you got to shop around and try to get the best price. Like this one here, I don't know where the lid of it is right now. I think it's in a storage. It is, it's right there. But I love this one because I would put like, when they open to go in, I would put like skeleton warriors in each of these alcoves. And then over here, I might put like a sarcophagus where the Lord was buried. And then all of a sudden, you know, it's like, are the skeletons going to come alive? Are they skeletons or something worse? What is in that giant stone sarcophagus? Etc., etc. You guys see what I'm saying, right? And you know, these are good. I think for like if I were playing OSC or something, these would be great for a random encounter. The characters are traveling over land and they randomly encounter, say, a white or the undead or something. Instead of just saying you're jumped by a group of undead, put this on the table with the lead on it and don't tell them what's in it, and then see if they just go around it. Or, I mean, in Lord of the Rings, Barrow Wights can actually use magic to try and lure you into their barrows. And I think that might be true with Baptism of Fire as well. I'm not sure. No, in Baptism of Fire, if you camp out near a Barrow Wight's mound, it counts as if you didn't sleep because you toss and turn with nightmares all night. But yeah. Now I 3D printed this in multiple parts because we were playing Warhammer Fantasy roleplay, which I love. And the player characters needed a little boat. So this is a 3D printed little boat that I printed out. I even started to paint like a tartan on the possibly sail. But, you know, in this setting, obviously, yeah, it's obviously the sail, but they're using it to protect themselves from rain or something. So the party, you know, and this is 28 mil scale. So like this warrior right here will fit right in it, you know. So for whatever reason, I 3D printed a lot of boats. I 3D printed like 3 Baltic Nars, this thing. I wanted to print a Byzantine Tainted Love, right? I wanted to, you can play Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay with minis. As a matter of fact, I think the game kind of demands you play it with minis. When do you use TOTM versus battle mats versus terrain pieces in RPGs. If it's going to be a small, really quick combat, like a bar fight between a player character and someone else, Theater of the Mind all the way. There's no reason to try to set up a bunch of terrain for something like that, right? Battle mats, I don't have any technically. All of my battle mats are just green, like they're made to look like grassy land or desert land. So that means terrain. If it's going to be a big battle, or I just think it would be really fun, that's when I throw terrain down. And then let's see this. This is a mess right now, so I apologize. But I have a whole village that I would put on the table just so that the players can interact. As a matter of fact, some of the houses in that village belong to some of the players. But that village is specifically for our Baptism of Fire game. So that's when it's going to get used. Now, terrain, not necessary. And you can make it out of anything. But terrain, I'm a huge fan of terrain. And to me, it's like another part of, it's actually like just another part of the game, the hobby. You can thank Warhammer for that, because back in the 90s, Warhammer, White Dwarf, used to print like blueprints on how to make terrain. And I naturally shake. And so I was playing a lot of Warhammer, and I had all these designs of how to create bunkers and crazy shit like that out of foam board. So it just kind of spread. And then I got into 3D printing, and it spread like this. I 3D printed this. This is just a tower, like a border tower is what it's called. And if you think it looks small, it is small. If I measure it in inches, this thing is 10 foot by 10 foot, which means it's probably got just enough room for a staircase or a ladder. And it is from the bottom to the very top, 35 feet tall. And the door leading into it is about 7.5 feet tall. And you can see there's definitely got to be a floor here. There's got to be a floor here so that you can use these arrow slits. And then there's got to be a floor here. So these arrow slits. So there's probably just plain wooden floors in there with a ladder leading up from one to the next. And maybe the Poles might build something like this on their border with the Kiev Rus, just to have like a little early warning system. They put 2 or 3 guys in this thing, rotate them out every now and then, or in D&D, they could find that ruined tower somewhere. And Vampire the Masquerade is purely theater of the mind. Yes. I could use any modern day figure to represent my vampire because he generally wears a suit and whatever. But why? It's theater of the mind. And so, yeah. Now, is there somebody out there in the universe that plays vampire with miniatures? I guarantee probably, but I never have seen it done ever. Vampire, werewolf, any of those White Wolf games like that, have always been theater of the mind, 100%. One thing I have done is I found a free AI art creator, and I typed in Russian vampire wearing Orthodox cross with Adidas, blah, 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 blah. And you guys have all seen the picture that got created. And then I sent that picture on our group chat so that everybody could be like, oh, okay. And I said, this is what my character looks like when he's hanging out in the goth club. Because the goth club is my feeding area. That's where I go to do my thing, you know. Hey there, ho there. How you doing, Bear? Mr. Bear. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. That's weird. What happened? Oh, there it is. Okay, so now we need to go down here, hit this, and look at window, because, you know, you got to look at window, and then hit that, and then there you go. So that is what my character in Vampire looks like. And every player in the game knows that that's what my character in Vampire looks like. Especially, I decided to put him in the club scene because, like I said, my character has kind of claimed a goth club in Orlando that as his personal feeding ground. So, you know, that's where my blood dolls hang out. Why doesn't the cross burn him? Because in Vampire the Masquerade, the only reason a holy symbol would burn somebody would be if there's true faith. So if a man has true faith and he holds up a holy symbol to a vampire, it will make a vampire run away, you know, in terror and shit like that. And if he touches the vampire, it would do damage, right? But a cross itself doesn't do anything. You have to have a human with the faith behind it. Also, my character is Orthodox and sometimes does go to services at night. He just never can take communion or anything. But he can sit in the back pew and listen to services at the Russian Orthodox Church. And needs more tattoos. You notice how covered up he is. The underneath all of his stuff, he's got all the Vori shit because this guy's influence is like 4 with the Russian mob. So, I mean, you know. However, in Vampire, if you want to get a tattoo, you got to go to a special person because otherwise, if you get a human does a tattoo on you, good night, sleep tight, Satya. If just a normal human does a tattoo on you when you wake up the next night, the tattoo will be gone because your body will push all the ink out. What clan? Bruja. But he is what is called a Helene, which means he is a loyalist Bruja. So he's part of the camp, whereas 90% of the clan has become anarch. What's up, RPG Dad? Yeah, I think I'll end this here in about 15 minutes. So there's your 15-minute heads up. Workday pretty much over. Gonna enjoy stepping away from the screen for a while. Take it easy. You take it easy too, Anderson. You shouldn't be listening to me while you're at work. Meanwhile, but I'm not your boss, so don't worry about it. I already put the link in the chat as soon as you said something, Bear. I was just giving the warning that I'm only going to be on 15 more minutes because I've been on for 3 hours. I'll put it back in. Oh, wait. I put in the link for Talislanta, didn't I? Because I had done a whole thing about Talislanta, and then I had put the link down so people who had never heard of it could go see it. Because I'm excited, because sometime within the next, however, so the cross is a ritual tool for the focus of one's spiritual energy. Exactly. So, a priest with true faith don't need a cross. Like a vampire would have a hard time even being near a priest with true faith. It's just not a thing a vampire would want to do. However, true faith is pretty rare. Okay, now I need to figure out how to. There you go. Hey, Ben, how are you?
Good. Just finished my work day.
Yeah, my wife's getting ready to finish hers, and I saw that she took 2 steaks out of the freezer, so we're getting ready to feast.
Steaks. That's nice.
Yeah, but the cross by itself, I mean, you got to remember Vampire the Masquerade in a lot of ways was based off of Anne Rice.
Yeah.
And in Anne Rice, the cross don't mean anything to a damn vampire. I mean, what Louis talks about how he likes looking at crucifixes. So it's really the faith of the truth. And it don't have to be a cross. It turns out a rabbi with true faith can F with a vampire. Pretty much anyone with true faith in God can F with a vampire.
Yeah.
So you can be a Muslim, you can be a Bahari, you could be Zoroastrianist, there's so many religions out there that can true faith a vampire. And vampires know who has true faith because they feel super uncomfortable as soon as they get near them. Because they're like, ooh, shit. Have never played Talislanta, but love the setting. Right. So that link I posted, it has all of the setting books, the bestiaries, all of the setting books. You can use whatever game you want, play Talislanta. But I'm super stoked because my Ultimate Edition has shipped, and I'm waiting for it to get here from California.
Nice.
Yeah. It's been like a year plus since I, did the Kickstarter, but hey, you know how it is.
Well, yeah.
But first they sent the email saying the cargo ships have left China, and then they're like, cargo ships unloaded in California, and then they're like packaging shit to ship, and they're like shipping out. And so I'm like, yay. But I got the highest level, so I'm going to get all the books and all the bullshit. They already sent me all the PDFs, so.
Nice.
There's no difference, really, between Ultimate Edition and first or second edition. They just kind of clean some stuff up, and the art is amazing. Because instead of being black and white, it's like full color.
Is it still Kepra that's publishing it?
It's Sechi, the guy who wrote it. I don't know who's publishing it.
No, because for a while, so there was Morgan Press owned it for a while, and then
it was
Kepra
like Bard Games, and then
and then Kepra owned it, and I guess now it's back to the original owner, which is good.
How big does a snake need to be to get snake steak? That would have to be a big snake. The only time I ever ate snake, they did it like chicken nuggets.
Yeah, me too. Boa.
And it's like, would I go out of my way to eat it? No. Was it terrible? No. It was just a fried nugget of white meat, and you chew on, you eat it. I'm that way with alligator. I mean, everybody who comes to Florida has to try alligator. I don't like alligator, but it was served to me basically fried in chunks, and I ate it, and I said, I don't want to throw up, but would I pay $15 for that shit again? No.
Yeah, I had gator bites one time. It was all right.
Yeah, it's just like, I'd rather have fried catfish, to be honest.
Never had catfish.
Well, it's a southern thing, man.
Oh yeah, it's they don't. We don't have them in the rivers up here, man.
You don't?
Up here, it's trout. Trout's what we have a lot of in Canada.
Oh, trout are delicious, though.
I'm telling you, man.
See, in Kentucky, we're lucky. We can get both.
Nice.
Yeah, there's trouts in the creeks and in the big rivers. You can get catfish as long as your leg. Like 100-pound catfish for real. You can look it up on YouTube. They pull them out of there, 100+ pounders.
That's crazy.
But usually they're just about yay big, you know, like maybe 1.5 feet.
Oh, hang on, I got to take a phone call.
Yep. And oh yeah, if you're down here in the South, you get a Southern cook that knows how to fry up some catfish. It is literally, you want to eat it like hot right out of the oil, and it is like one of the best things you will ever eat. I am waiting for Dolmenwood and DC-20 to finish development so that I can purchase physical copies. DC-20. What is that? I know what Dolmenwood is. That's put out by the same guy who did OSE. There's already like Dolmenwood Adventures available, like the Winter Queen or something like that. But DC-20, Dungeon Crawl? Are we talking about Dungeon Crawl or something like that? What game is that? I tell you, the game my wife wishes I would run, and if I wasn't such a jerk, I should run actually, is D20 or yeah, D20 Modern. Oh, a 5e derivative. Okay. Iguana is chicken in the tree. Yeah, I've seen people on the islands, Puerto Rico and stuff, on video. I've seen them like hunting iguanas. There's a lot of iguanas down here in South Florida, and some Hispanic people or Haitians or whatever. The Haitians are eating the iguanas, except it's a fact. They are eating the iguanas. The golf courses pay people to go out with like air rifles and kill iguanas because they're a nuisance. And, you know, a lot of times I've seen shows where a guy will go out and kill like 20 iguanas, and some Haitian guy will see it and be like, "What are you doing with those iguanas?" And the guy's like, "Well, I was going to throw them away." And he's like, "Can I have them?" And he's like, "Yeah." And dude will take a stack of iguanas, and apparently they grill them up. You know what I mean? Throw that shit right on the grill. So, okay. I've never ate an iguana, but would I? I'd try it. I think snake is probably the weirdest thing I've ever ate. Snake. And like I said, it was okay, but I'm not sitting here saying that I would go out of my way to, you know, be like, "Oh man, let's go out to some place so I can order myself some snake nuggets." And the snake I ate was a rattlesnake, an eastern diamondback. One of my uncles killed it out on the ranch. The thing was like 6.5 feet long and about that big around. So there was a lot of meat on that bastard. A lot of meat. And yeah, so we ate snake. But I've ate groundhogs and such. Squirrel. I've ate so much squirrel that it's like, to me, eating squirrel isn't even considered to be like an exotic thing you would eat. You know what I mean? I have just ate so much squirrel. You know, because I guess where you say iguana is chicken of the tree, for us, squirrel was chicken of the tree. You know? Up in Kentucky, you go out with a 22 and a sack or a squirrel pin, and you just walk around the woods shooting squirrels. And when you get about enough that you think it'd be good enough for a dinner, you go home and then you skin them and everything. And then if you want to keep the hides, you can, because some people, will buy squirrel hides. And then, you fry them like you would chicken. And then so you get fried squirrel and greens and soup beans and fried potatoes and cornbread. And that would be basically a meal where I'm from. That'd be a good thing, And squirrel tastes really good. I've killed wild rabbits and brought 2 or 3 of those to the house, and we fried them bastards up. But then again, my grandma on that side of my family, she fried literally everything. Everything got fried. So, that is just how she rolled. She had a big stove that was wood burning and a big giant cast iron skillet and a 5-gallon bucket of pig lard, and everything was getting fried. And I weighed 110 pounds and there wasn't a shred of fat on me. I probably had less than 2% body fat. You know what I mean? And all I was eating was stuff fried in lard. But hey, that was the 1970s, and early 80s. Before, I started eating hyper processed food instead of the food that I actually killed or grew out in the garden.
But that's happened to everybody, man. That's exactly the biggest. It's what RFK's Junior's talking about. And I find it very interesting that the mainstream or the legacy media is worried that this guy wants us to eat less processed shit. Like, fuck, could you tell us what side you're on without telling us what side you're on, please?
They tried to debunk him, too, because he compared American, what are they, Fruit Loops to Canadian Fruit Loops?
No.
And they're like, the Canadian Fruit Loops are full of all kinds of things. And then they got fact-checked, and they're like, the American Fruit Loops use like red dye 24 and this and that. The Canadian Fruit Loops are colored with fruit.
Yep.
They use blueberry extract to make the Fruit Loops blue. They use like cherries and it's like, so yeah, there's more stuff in it, but it's good stuff. It's not stuff made in a lab somewhere that you don't actually know what it is. I was watching Sargon of Akkad, and he said the worst problem he has is coming to America. He always blows up. He's like, every time he visits America for any length of time, he gets fat as hell because our food, you know what I mean? He's like, even if I eat like I do at home, I gain 15 pounds.
No.
It's like, and half of our country's diabetic. Other countries aren't dealing with that.
Canada is, sadly.
Yeah, well, you're right next to us, so you're going to catch, a little bit of the background radiation of whatever we do. You can't help it. James, what is my favorite Kentucky Wild game? That is so easy. It's deer. There is nothing better, really, in the world than a well-prepared backstrap, venison backstrap. The rest of the venison you can make steaks or cube up and make stew or make sausage out of. But the backstrap, man, amazing. It's basically the pork loin, but from a pig, or a deer, I should say. Season that stuff up, a little salt and pepper, because this is not a clown show, comrades. And, drop her in a pan, fry her up. Ready to go. And then all the venison you cubed up, you want to make some stew, get your carrots and potatoes and whatever you're going to do and make a stew. I mean, some people think venison's gamey, but I like lamb. So the taste of venison and the taste of lamb, the part that people don't like, they're about exactly the same. So I don't mind. I'm like, because people eat lamb and be like, there's a weird aftertaste to that. It's like, yeah, it's called being an animal out eating grass. I mean, you're so used to eating processed, food raised on corn that you no longer know what an animal killed in the wild even tastes like. But we have hybrid pigs up there, and I'll tell you what, if it's hunting season and I'm up on the hillside and I see a 300-pound hybrid pig walking around, I'm going to put a bullet right in it, maybe 2 or 3, because if I can fill half of my freezer with pork for free, I'm damn well doing it. You know what I'm saying? I'll drop the offal and drag that bitch down the hill the best I can, and skin her out. And you got your fat back, you got your belly, your pork belly, you got your pork loin, and you can do pork chops or whatever you need to do. The great white reprobate is here. That's you, Bear. So
It's great white, sir.
I don't actively go hog hunting, but if I'm out stalking through the woods during hunting season with my Remington and I see a pig, I'll drop a 7.62 right through it. You know what I'm saying? And he can lay down, and then I'll go ahead and take care of what I need. Like, you cut the head off, even though some people say don't because they want to make a head cheese. Because that's a thing. Like, you pull the skin off a hog head, and then you boil it until all the meat falls off, and then you use that and pig feet to make like pork jello. But the pork jello, it's like formed in a jello container, and it's all cooked pork meat, but it's all held together by the gelatin from the pig feet. So you literally could cut a slice of it out and put it on your plate.
Proper Italian spaghetti sauce, you got to put pork feet in the sauce while you're cooking it.
I never knew that.
Yeah, all my Italian friends' mothers do it.
My Puerto Rican buddy, he put like a cup of sugar in the sauce.
I know. Fuck, Filipinos do that. Oh, it's insane. It's so sweet.
And then when I caught him doing it, he swore me to silence. Because he was cooking at the station. And like everybody at the station's working out and watching their diet, right? Trying to freaking stay fit and ready for duty. This dude's putting a cup of sugar in the sauce. And it's just like, and I'm like, what the are you? And he's like, don't tell anybody. And of course it was Miguel, so I wouldn't tell on him. Pork spare ribs. I know I had an Italian grandma once, and she put eggs in her lasagna. Like there would be a layer of boiled eggs that she had sliced in the lasagna. I'd never heard of that shit, but apparently in Naples or something, that's perfectly normal. Boiled eggs in lasagna. Yeah, I mean, tomatoes got enough sugar in them to kill you, let alone dumping, a full cup of cane sugar on top of that. Plus, we're using spaghetti sauce right out of a jar. So you already know, there could be anything in it. Yeah. So,
Well, maybe where you are, Big Vic, they do fucking pork spare ribs, but the Italians in Montreal all put pig's feet in their spaghetti sauces.
Hey,
so who knows? Fuck. Maybe you're fucking, I don't know. Italians drive me insane. I'm Romano. I'm Napolitano. You're fucking Italian. Just stop. We don't care what province in Italy you're from.
You're not Roman.
Exactly. None of them are Roman.
None of you.
But they love
the Romans were all driven out by the freaking Lombards and various other German tribes that come across the Alps and tuck your place over. If anyone can claim to be Romans, it would probably be some of the people in Istanbul. That's as close to Roman as you're going to get, Istanbul. Yeah. Because
see, Southern Italian, Cambrian, like we don't. That's like if you tell me what fucking county in Ireland you're from. Doesn't matter. You're Irish to me. You know what I mean? And I'm fucking of Irish ancestors.
Right. My grandmother-in-law was from the tip of the boot.
Oh yeah.
And she made a lot of seafood, and she put eggs in lasagna for some reason. And I never argued with Nana because she was super nice. And, if she's going to cook me a homemade meal,
Sure.
I'm going to eat it. But yeah, she would make pasta visual, but it had fish in it. Like whatever kind of fish, I don't know.
Yeah.
But there were like chunks of fish in the soup. And I was like, well, that's kind of weird. And mussels and whatever,
Yeah.
But apparently the Nepalese people are big into seafood. So,
Well, can you blame them?
well, they live right on the ocean. So
Exactly.
it makes perfect sense, obviously, that they would eat seafood. I mean, it's like people think Irish food is corned beef and cabbage. And in reality, it's prawns and freaking, whatever, because, they're fishing, they're eating salmon and codfish and mutton.
God, I miss cod. I miss cod so much. Jesus.
Yeah, we pretty much wiped them out, didn't we?
We did. The North Sea didn't, but we did.
That's what
because
I'm saying.
Basically Canada, America, and then all the Europeans coming over to the Grand Banks overfished in the 70s.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, yeah, it sucks. Meanwhile, the Americans, the Canadians had no fucking teeth for two things they need to do. One, put warships out of the Grand Banks and go get the fuck out of here, you sailors. Go back to your waters. And
Right.
Two, limit the native, like our people, Canadian and American fishermen, of what they could do. They did that in the North Sea. They fucking put limits in place in the 70s, and they were able to rebuild their cod stocks.
Well, I mean, England and Iceland almost went to war over that shit.
Yeah, oh yeah.
They were putting warships out. They were ramming fishing boats. I mean,
oh yeah. But it saved the cod stocks for today.
Yeah, they were like, yeah. They're like, England, you are not fishing within 100 miles of Iceland. Get the F out of here. Yeah. Big Vic would know about lutefisk. That's his heritage right there. Lutefisk is the nastiest fish that I've ever ate, and it's not nasty. You just kind of got to get used to the texture. Is gefilte.
Gefilte fish is nasty. I'm sorry.
It doesn't. It's like it's the texture that throws people off because it's got that gelatinous kind of. Bleh. But yeah, I've ate my share of gefilte fish. I've ate my share of vegan frickin' borscht because you don't put meat in borscht when you're Jewish, but Christian Russians will start their borscht out with a big chunk of sausage because they don't care. Carp, I've never ate carp or gar. I've caught plenty of carp and gave them away to other people. I have heard that carp are good if you eat them like fresh cooked, but if they get cold, it's like they turn raw again, which is not possible, but that's what I've been told. Because, I mean, how could something turn raw again? I mean, that doesn't even make sense. It's like when that girl called me stupid in the 3rd grade. She called me stupid face. And I was like, what could that even mean? A person can be stupid, but a face, that's not possible. Just regular, everyday, ordinary bullshit. Yeah, not from your hometown, or maybe he is. I don't know. John LaJoy?
Yeah, he's from Montreal. Yeah. Not my hometown, but it's where I live.
Right. You learn to put up with it because it's just everyday motherfucking bullshit. You're right. I saw these 2 hot women. They were walking my way. What you doing tonight is what I wanted to say, but I ducked my head and walked away. Right. And he's like talking about, I made it to my bus on time, so it all worked out fine. And it's like, it's hard to believe that shit's like 15 years old now. It's like John LaJoy was like everybody was like, listen to this guy. He show me your genitals, you know, that was edgy as shit. And now it's like, that's just old. Or isn't that the guy that plays Taco on that one show where they're always playing fantasy football? Yes.
Yeah.
That's who he is. The one time he went to the Christmas at the mall dressed up as Krampus, start chasing kids around and shit. Yeah. Whole fish is the ground plant a tomato on top of. Well, that's how the Indians used to do it. They'd poke a hole, they'd drop a minnow or two in there, then they'd put the seed in, and then they'd cover it over, and then, you know, the vegetables would grow up.
So I watched a video where a guy did that. He took all the you have to do this to make your tomatoes grow well, and he did the whole run from, like, you know, kitchen scraps to, like, you know, vegetable scraps to fish heads to this to that. The fish heads grew the worst.
Did they?
Yep, they were the ones that produced the least amount of fruit, and the plants were the smallest of the bunch. It was really interesting to watch because I'd heard that fish thing too all my life. Turns out, nope. Apparently, the best was just nothing, just regular soil and kitchen scraps, like plant scraps.
Makes sense.
Those are the two that did the best, and by like a country mile best.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a guy I watch. He gardens in his backyard, and all of his plants are in like these big, giant metal tubs.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
And I watch him sometimes, and he's always, you know, growing stuff. I was watching this one guy up in Kentucky. He was growing 400-pound pumpkins, and that's not even like a world record. That's just he was growing these giant ass pumpkins. Why? Who even knows? Because he's a hillbilly in Kentucky, and he decided that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to grow some giant ass pumpkins, and that's what he did. I told you there's this one comedian, and he does all the how people from different states treat you.
Oh yeah.
And it was like when you asked directions, and everybody was like nice. And then when he got to Kentucky, the Kentucky guy's like, who sent you? How'd you get here? What are you doing here? I'm asking the questions here. Turn around and go the way you came back. And he's saying, that's Kentucky. If you stop to ask somebody directions, they're like, freak out, you know? And I was like, yeah. My wife was watching it with me, and she looked at me, and we both laughed because we both know, yeah. Pretty much. That's pretty much it. You know, somebody said, hey, if you want to talk about good Christmas movies, Violent Night was actually good. And it turns out that Santa Claus in Violent Night, before he becomes Santa Claus, he had been some kind of crazy, badass Viking warrior that had a big two-handed hammer and used to do whatever, like, you know, pre-Dark Ages even. And then somehow he becomes Santa Claus. But during the course of the movie, he finds like a big two-handed sledgehammer, and he picks it up, and he's just like swinging it around and shit. And he ends up beating the shit out of a bunch of terrorists, basically, and saving the little girl because, you know, and they Violent Nights or whatever it's called. It was good. Everybody in it was good. I mean, you know, it was good. I liked it. It was funny, but very violent because, you know, the name is not lying to you. It was a violent movie, you know. But anyway, there's GM Cody. How you doing, my brother, fellow Appalachian? You missed it. We had Beelzebubba in here earlier. You could have joined, and it would have just been the Appalachian bunch talking about Dragon Slayer, because apparently that's the game he runs now, Dragon Slayer. And I was like, why not OSC or whatever? And he's like, no reason. Just, you know, I like Gillespie, so I run Dragon Slayer. All right. I mean, I bought the game because I like Gillespie, but I'll probably never run it because, you know, I'm running so many like non D&D games that, it's like whatever, The One Ring it's fantasy, but it's definitely not D&D in any way. And the game after that, who knows? Maybe they'll be ready for sci-fi, and we'll play some Traveler or some of Bear's favorite game, Coriolis.
Can't get enough.
I know. Mrs. Claus has a crossbow. The Santa Saint Nick. Yeah, I've got a icon of Saint Nick. I can show you if I don't.
I got to run, James. I got to go make my supper, man.
Go do it.
I've got
the icon of Saint Nick on the wall, but that's Saint Nick of Cappadocia. Well, I'm going to end it because I didn't want to invite you on and then say.
Oh no, dude, I appreciate that. I just figured I'd come in for your last 15 and say hi, but I literally got to go make supper now. So I will.
Me too. I will talk to you later. And everyone in chat, have a wonderful rest of your evening. And you no longer have to worry about me going insane. I did find the unopened box of Persian infantrymen. So I can stop worrying about that. And it's all good. There's like 40 guys in this, I think. Yep, 40 guys. Way more than I ever will need. So I'm just going to take some archers and cut them off of the island that they're on. You know how they put them on a base? I don't know why, but they do. And then glue them into these 3D printed elephants I made. So that if Hungar wants to spend the points to have, a couple elephants, because it's like for 1 or 2 points, you can get like a number of elephants. I'd have to look again. They got to have somebody in the back with bows or whatever, right? I mean, that's just a given, right? And these guys are ancient Persians, so these guys, you can use them from the rise of Acadia to the fall of Alexander. So ancients. It's a good little kit, and it was cheap. War Games Atlantic. If you were down here, there would be a garage sale. You could come into the garage and just make offers on all the bullshit out there. I have so many painted and ready to go. What's it called? Iron Kingdoms miniatures. Like, I have probably 1,000 or 2,000 points of Menoth. And that's a lot because in Iron Kingdoms, an army is like 100 points. But I literally bought every single thing for Iron Kingdoms and then bought other people's collections when they stopped playing. So like Zealots, the guys that throw the hand grenades, you're only allowed to have 2 units of those, but I have 4 painted up. So, yeah. It's sad that Iron Kingdoms died out. That was a good game. The second edition, first edition sucked. But anyway, yeah, peace and love. Catch you guys later.